curb or, oh man, falling off of Jonas has basically had to be a paramedic the last 2 or 3 years at Super Bowl. So.
Dang. I guess when you really think about it, you might have PTSD, huh?
Yeah. What do you mean?
He's watched some dude get his wig split.
And he's your dude. Your dude. You know what I mean? Like, he's part of your team.
Yo,
daddy.
Oh, my God. So you're looking forward to the flight back?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right, wonderful. All right,
that's cool, man.
Yeah. Good.
I like that.
Patty
Speed.
We are Sports.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox, and this Sunday, Redfin is kicking off an even bigger game during Rocket and Redfin's Big Game Commercial. Redfin's giving away a $1 million home and an epic, never-been-done-before scavenger hunt, all on the Redfin app. Watch closely. The $1 million home is hidden in the ad. The winner will be the first to solve 6 clues and find the $1 million home on the Redfin app. Download and update the Redfin app to play Redfin's Great American Home Search presented by Rocket.
No purchase necessary. 50 U.S. D.C. must be age of majority. Visit thegreatamericanhomesearch.com for official rules.
This message is brought to you by Pizza Hut. Because if you're yelling "Hut" on Sundays, why not yell pizza first?
There is one game of football left. That means you have one more week to score the Big New Yorker for just $10 from Pizza Hut. The Big New Yorker is Pizza Hut's biggest pizza for the biggest game.
It's big. So before the first Hut, pre-order the biggest pizza for the biggest game. Pre-order the Big New Yorker, and you're set for the whole game.
Did you know that you can watch all your favorite shows right on YouTube? We're live streaming Fescoe and Dusty, Cody and Gold, The Drive, and After Hours all day long. So if you want to look at the beautiful Alex Gold, interact with Cody Tapp in the chat, or gaze at the ruggedly handsome Dusty Likens, just go to YouTube and watch them while you pretend to work. Go to our channel, hit subscribe, and stay up to date with 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Hi, this is Toby Tobin along with Jason Goodenkoff from Lewisburg Ford in Lewisburg, Kansas. Hi, Jason.
Hello, Toby.
Let's talk about the buying experience at Lewisburg Ford.
It's the best anywhere. Just ask all our customers, Toby. It is hands down the best experience you can have buying a new car. We have the no-hassle Toby Tobin price that we've had for over 45 years now. Nobody else can say that. We've been saving Kansas City thousands and thousands of dollars for a lot of years.
I have been buying Ford cars and trucks from Lewisburg Ford for over 30 years. And I know personally this is the best place to buy a Ford car or truck. Great prices, but there's a whole lot more than that.
It doesn't just stop at price, Toby. No. There's other factors to this equation, and it's trade-in allowance, financing, and the experience of how knowledgeable the people are that you're dealing with. And we surpass everybody in all those areas. We always have. We always will. That's why calling us is important.
Do you have that new pickup?
Absolutely. And it's dynamite.
Okay. Lewisburg Ford is your best place to buy a Ford car or truck. What's your toll-free number?
816-444-2300.
Lewisburg Ford or lewisburgford.com.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad, and I feel very proud to be his son.
That was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and New Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Breathe happy Febreze, la 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 la.
Hey, it's Alex Gold, and coming up on Tuesday, February 10th, everyone from the station will be hosting the Chiefs Off-Season Show, starting at 9 a.m. Bob, Dusty, Cody, C-Dot, and myself will all be in studio and on camera for 2 hours talking about what went wrong in 2025, the Chiefs' biggest needs in free agency, and who should they be targeting in the upcoming NFL Draft. The Chiefs Off-Season Show, starting at 9 a.m. on Tuesday, February 10th, right here on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
This is your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
All right, Wednesday it is. Before we get to our, what did I see Wes Peary say last night? By the way, he's the meteorologist of 41.
Okay.
He said these next 2 weeks is called Fool's Gold Spring.
Uh-oh.
But I'm okay with it.
I'm all right with it.
I'm
yeah.
okay with it because it's going to feel like a staycation, right? It's supposed to be like, I think starting tomorrow, 54, like 55. Saturday's like almost 60. Sunday's going to be like 55. Monday's going to be like 60.
All
Tuesday
right.
following's going to be like 57. Your boy's playing golf on next Tuesday.
I'm going to get actually sideways with this guy, Wes Perry. You said his name, Peary, Wes Peary.
Good dude.
Because I'm looking at the 30-day forecast on the AccuWeather app right now, right? And you are right. Today's the last day. Today's going to be a high of 38. Tomorrow, 55, 54, 53, in the 60s and 50s all next week.
Nailed it.
The week following that starts in the 50s,
And
middle
then-
40s, and then into the 30s. But it's in the 30s and sunny, and there's some rain, but it's back to the 50s later in that week, and it's going to be in the 40s in March. Like, when I hear it's not going to be good, I'm expecting snowstorm type
I
stuff.
should have said Fool's Gold Spring because like spring is like 70s.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Like high
gotcha.
60s, 70s. Like, it ain't going to be that.
No,
Like you can't
50s.
transition from the sweats and the jeans to like bring out the shorts.
Yeah.
You know, you got to leave them still.
You do no because
This
you're
is why you have-
right. Like
yeah.
tomorrow to the 16th will be in the 50s or 60s.
Oh, yeah.
And then like
Shout out West, dude.
And then like the 17th and 18th in the 40s, 19th through the 23rd and or 24th in the 30s, and it's back to the 40s and 50s. I mean, it's all over the place. It's
So
scatterbrain, right?
Welcome, knee pains.
Yep.
Headaches. Sinuses,
all that stuff, yeah.
QC Kinetics.
Yeah, you got to get there, right? Like
Yeah,
if you got
dude.
the joint pain. I was talking to my friend Jim yesterday at lunch, right? And we were talking about this weather stuff, and because he's been out in Colorado skiing. There's no snow in Colorado this year, right? He's like, I'm skiing down the mountain, and you're seeing rocks, and he's at Winter Park, and like it's a bad snow right now in Colorado, and. Look, I've got this side thing where I study the water out west because of drastically how bad it is for the western part of the United States, right?
Okay.
And if you don't get the snow in Colorado, the only western water is the Colorado River. And all the snow melts and goes into that Colorado River and basically feeds the West Coast for water and whatnot. And you've got the opportunity right now, if you're out west, to start saving your water because there's no snow in the mountains right now. And I said, yeah, it's probably like, the temperatures have gotten warm. He goes, no, there's like these two high pressure systems that are like right over the United States. And the jet stream is going up and over and missing Colorado, but swooping down and getting the East Coast. And that's why they're getting all this snow. So there's a high pressure like sitting right over. There's a dome. And so the snow's not coming to the mountains. Snow doesn't come to the mountains. Snow doesn't melt. We're going to have water issues. I was talking to Ralph last night. You go up to the Kaw River, up past Eudora, before it really gets big, dry, sand, no water. We have got issues when it comes to that water stuff, man. So we need all of that snow up there to give people the opportunity to drink water, that is.
How was your
What the hell was
Tuesday?
that?
That was fantastic.
Okay.
I just learned a lot. That was great.
No, the water crisis out west. Google it, man. Google it.
I will.
It's horrible.
Oh, I'll hit the
Google
garage
it.
and do that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That is a garage rabbit
Yes.
hole.
No, I
No,
have a
that
friend
sounds
that
fun.
that was been a city manager in Colorado at different locations, and so we, you talk and have these conversations about what's going on. It's awful. What?
I don't know. Where do you want me to start? Ralph, Jim,
Yeah.
Water out west.
I mean, we got it all. I'm giving you a lesson. I'm learning you.
Hail,
Taking notes.
Leo.
You know, people don't think, oh, it's not snowing, it's no big deal. No, it has a major impact on everything that happens in this country from a water standpoint. So, like, yeah, we're all excited about this, but we need water, man. We need rain. We need snow. We need a couple of big storms to kind of replenish our reservoirs. I mean, I hate to be that guy, but like, you know, water's running low, man. Look at the rivers. When you cross the bridges, look at these rivers. They're all very, very low.
Okay. Yeah. By the way, Cooper Flagg last night 36-9-6. His game before that 34-12-5. Game before that 49-10-3.
Nuts.
19 years old in the NBA is working, which makes you think that maybe some of these kids that are high-profile freshmen this year in college basketball might work next year too. What is it Vern says? We need both to be good or one to be great. You need probably, let's see, 12 freshmen come out. Let's say you need, what, 4?
Yeah.
4 to be recognizable?
Yeah.
Because
not even great, just like
because like we're
good.
still not there with Cooper Flagg, and he's had that his last 3 games, and I feel we're still not like, hey, the kid's playing, I'm gonna watch, or as we'd say for Bob, like the blinds aren't open. Like I'm sure, like you, Drew, myself, like Cooper Flagg's on 7 o'clock local
sure,
channel.
yeah, Celtics
I'll
too.
put it
I
on.
mean,
Yeah, that makes sense. But man,
no, I get
we
that.
need
Yeah,
more hard sells.
I
for
wonder
these.
what that will take for him. Yeah,
It's
he's in Dallas.
nothing. We've had these conversations for 20 years.
We have.
But LeBron,
It's the NBA. Nobody cares unless it's your team. Nobody's watching Bobby Witt on Tuesday in Oakland. You know, like unless
but
it's your
NBA
team.
Yeah, I get that, and I'm with you, and you're correct. But NBA stars are bigger than baseball stars. They have more followers.
Yeah.
They like.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to argue that, but it's still the NBA. Like, it's not the NFL. You could say all you want. Oh, why aren't people? Because it's the NBA. It's Tuesday in February. I got other things going on. I don't
us
care.
everything we asked for last night.
a good
You
game.
wanted easy access to a game. It was on local television. It was. And then it was a superstar that's 19 years old playing against a superstar franchise in the Celtics. And then it just was like, oh, nobody watched. But people were watching college basketball. We've seen some ratings slip out for that, right? Like, it's hilarious because I know how we put everything to like Mahomes.
Yeah.
Right? Or like the Chiefs run. I feel like I do that with the NFL ratings. Because like I looked at like Fox Sports 1's like Friday night Michigan State ratings.
700,000?
It was like 1.7 million.
Oh,
It was like highest rated game ever on the channels network. And I'm like, 1.7. I'm
That's
like, the
nothing.
Chiefs in Dallas pulled 37.5. But I'm like, never mind.
No, you can't.
It's not fair,
But
yeah.
see, but that's the thing. We live in an NFL world, and everybody thinks
Yeah.
that everything's going to be the NFL. It's not, man. Like, other than the NFL, sports are an ancillary part of everybody's life. It's just not an important part where they're going to sit down. The average guy at 45 years old is not sitting down on a Tuesday night because Cooper Flagg is playing. But if you're a Mavericks fan and you're in Dallas and you have tickets to the game, you go. But
Sure.
you're not going to get people to the party in hockey either. You're not going to get people to the party in baseball. Sports is a very provincial, and I think it's becoming more provincial by the day for a lot of people. If my team's playing, yeah, I'm interested. If my team's not playing, I really don't care. I've got other things going on.
You like that in
And,
New York with like the NBA?
well, there's so much going
'Cause
on
there's
in
a
New
market
York,
there.
though.
Like
Yeah, there
here,
is.
Like,
Yeah.
I get it. I understand.
Yeah, people
like,
are dialed into the Knicks are a weird operation because they're like really the only galvanizing team in New York, right? You're either a Giant fan or you're a Jet fan. You're a Yankee fan. You're a Met fan. The hockey stuff is, you're a Ranger fan. You're a Ranger fan. But nobody's a Nets fan, right? Like that operation, I don't know what that is. That is a mess. It's never been good. They're always bad. It is an absolute crap house of an organization, right? And it has been brutal. So nobody's a Nets fan. But the Knicks, for whatever reason, have always galvanized New York. And because they're kind of a standalone entity at the end of the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so everybody kind of galvanized around them. In the 90s, it was great. And you didn't have competition for the Knicks. You never did. But in baseball and football and hockey, you've got competition right in your own city. So, yeah, people will watch and, people pay attention because it's their
Yankees,
team.
no doubt, right? Like they reign supreme.
Yeah.
Then is it the Knicks?
Oh, that's a great question. With the way the Giants and Jets have been over the last decade plus, I mean, it's hard to put them up there. Yeah, I would say probably, the Mets get a lot of talk, but they never win anything. They're
a soap opera.
Yeah, but it's also very entertaining. The
Soap
Mets
operas
yeah,
can be entertaining.
Yeah, the Mets
They're
soap
car wreck,
opera.
you don't want to look away.
Yeah,
kind
the
of
Mets
thing.
soap opera is very entertaining. But no, I feel like the Knicks are the one team that does galvanize New York more than anybody else because there's no competition to them, right? There's no competition at all to the Knicks in New York. So everybody can kind of galvanize around that.
Gotcha. I mean, I don't know if I've ever heard an individual talk about another individual the way this man talks about James Harden.
This is from a couple of years ago, Mac, isn't it? I feel like I've seen this before.
Yes.
And
this
man
went to the Clippers.
This man's name is who?
This is a Dallas reporter.
Okay.
I've got
some guy on Bally's down. That's how I knew it was old because it was Bally's.
Yeah. Brian Damaris.
What is it?
Brian Damaris works for the Mavericks.
Damaris, damn near.
Yeah.
But heads. You know what? Here you go.
Ask the producer to pipe this into the Clippers locker room so I can talk to you, James. I hope you're taking notes. I'm telling you in advance, you're welcome for the wisdom I'm about to spew. Because, listen, I get on my knees every night and pray for someone to believe in me like Daryl Morey believed in you. You wanted a certain coach, they brought in Mike D'Antoni. You want to play a certain style, they played it. You wanted Dwight Howard, they brought him in and got rid of him when you were tired of him. You wanted Chris Paul, they brought him in and got rid of him when you were tired of him. They brought in your old friend Russell Westbrook. You want to go to Vegas on off days? They looked away. You wanted the team to stay over so you could go out at night. They changed the schedule, and it didn't work. And you know what? You said, I'm going to break up with my whoopee. Not good enough. I see the bright lights in New York. I want to go there. My old pal, Kevin Durant. It's going to work. The big three. And all after 1 year, you wanted out. You realized, oh my gosh, I took this guy for granted, the guy that believed in me. I went back with Daryl Morey. They traded Ben Simmons for you. How did they pull that off? And you know what? You went there and you got a partner who got the MVP. He won the MVP. And what did you say afterwards? You said, they didn't hand me the reins. You're the point guard. You were holding the reins. And what did you do when you had the reins? You scored 9 points in Game 7 against Boston. You blew a 3-2 series lead. So they fired their coach. Not good enough. You broke up with your guy, believed in you again. You said, the bright lights of L.A., that's where I want to go. Let's see if that works. Listen, James, have you ever had those friends who had bad roommates? Over and over, they complained about their bad roommates. This guy's terrible. The bad roommate here. They never thought to be self-aware enough that they're the bad roommate. They're the problem. Hey, James, you're the problem. If this doesn't work this year in this system with this team, then you're going to go and point fingers at everybody else, and you're going to go back home and you're going to start swiping right for another team, and there's not going to be anybody left. Because, James, you're not the beard, you're not the system, you're the problem.
It's unbelievable, and it's dead on.
And that was from when he was with the Clippers, and guess what? He did exactly what that man said. Rick, what was his name? Moranis?
That's Brian Duramis.
Brian Duramis,
Okay.
yeah. And he calls it, and James Harden did it again and goes to Cleveland, and he'll do it again.
Yeah. Is it fair to call James Harden Pino, player in name only?
Yeah.
Because
I like Pino.
I do too, but there's no
So I'm
T
not-
in the end. It's just P-I-N-O, like player in name only. Like people saw that move yesterday. They're like, James Harden, huge trade. I'm like, James Harden has been around since the aughts,
Call it
man.
Peanut.
How many times are we going to get excited about, like, this trade was deaf ears to me yesterday. This is trash
I'm
for
done.
trash.
No, I had a text
like,
from two friends. Oh, you see this, man? Point guard in Cleveland, this will be huge. What are we talking about?
James Harden
Stop.
ranks up there with some of the great coolers of all time.
Yep. Oh,
The
he
Alex
sucks.
Rodriguez's of the world. You know, guys who you go to a team and the team cools off. And it's not because the team isn't good, it's because of you. And that gentleman right there, Rick Moranis, did a great job of explaining.
He shrunk him, didn't he?
He really did. He did.
Honey, I shrunk the Hardens.
They're not little giants anymore, I'll tell you. But so he rolls them into Cleveland now. He's now been on every team in the NBA. Eventually, you've got to look in the mirror and go, you're the problem. And so he got traded yesterday. I don't think Cleveland got anybody any better, but that's what fans get excited about. Oh, James Harden, because you know the name. There's so many Pinos out there that are players in name only. And it happens in every sport, every year, in every free agency, every trade deadline. You get excited by the names that you recognize. I don't know that Cleveland's better with James Harden. He seems to be a total cancer for organizations.
He's going to look great in these first 10 games. This is what he does every time.
Right,
He's going to look awesome.
Yeah, and then
he'll
he'll
look great.
Go away and do his thing, and the playoffs will come. He'll shoot 40 times and hit 5 of them, and they'll lose, and people will be like, "What happened?" Well, James shot 43s and he only hit 5. How long has he been in the NBA now? He's got to be around 20 years.
No.
I bet it's 15.
Because he was on those early Thunder teams.
Well, that's where it started. He was check out his finals numbers.
He made the finals in 2012, and that was his second season, I think. So 2010. So 16 years.
I mean, it's almost 20 years that he's been in the NBA. So he's been in the league 16 years. How many teams has he been on in those 16 years? I mean, it goes to show you that this guy goes to a team and immediately, or maybe not immediately, but eventually, I should say, has a major negative impact on the team. He doesn't play well with others. It's like when you're a kid and you're in what is it, nursery school, and you're in the sandbox and you get he doesn't play well with others. That's James Harden. That guy just doesn't play well with others. And so I saw that trade yesterday. I'm like, good for the Clippers. They got rid of a problem. They may not be a good team right now, but you got rid of a problem, and you can get better because you got rid of somebody, as opposed to keeping somebody on board like that. Rid this guy. He stinks. Get bent.
You guys have watched like wrestling before, where like the guy will come out and he'll be like, "Cut the music" before he hits his promo.
Yeah,
I love how this guy was like, pipe this into the locker room.
Ask the producer to pipe this into the Clippers locker room so I can talk to you, James.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Talk to you, James. Has that guy resurfaced since? Like, do we know? Again, what was his name? You said
Brian Damaris.
Yeah. I never even heard of that guy before.
I had to look him up yesterday because I'm like, I remember this. I remember how great this rant was. I want to give this guy credit if we play it tomorrow.
We should get this guy on the show. That'd be awesome.
And where is he?
He's in Dallas. He's now their color analyst, but he was doing stuff with them before.
Okay, so he's still down there. Good.
Yeah, he's still in Dallas. Yep.
Good. Okay. They didn't get rid of him.
No.
Not
like James.
Pipe this in the locker room.
Pipe this into the locker room. There's things these people need to hear.
Ask the producer to pipe this into the Clippers locker room so I
If you could pipe something into the Chiefs locker room, what would it be?
Run the ball!
Yes, exactly what I was going to say.
We'll be right back on 96.5 The Fan, your over KC Sports.
You're listening to Bob Fescoe.
I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
And Dusty Likens.
He's a hoe, and I want that known.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Smokehouse Barbecue, that's what I want to pipe into those locker rooms. Smokehouse Barbecue, the delicious smells of burnt ends and baby back ribs and those Cajun butter chicken wings. You can smell them right now. You're up this morning, you're thinking about lunch, you're thinking about dinner, and you're thinking Smokehouse Barbecue sure sounds good right now. I know Bob loves that pulled chicken sandwich that's tossed in Cajun butter on a brioche bun with the coleslaw on top and a side of hickory pip beans. That's what you're going to get when you dine in today for lunch at Smokehouse Barbecue. And don't forget, we've got the big event coming up this weekend, right? You've got the big Super Bowl party, and Smokehouse Barbecue has all kinds of packages to put together for your Super Bowl and for Valentine's Day that's coming up. For the big game, you're going to get 2 pounds of our signature wings, 2 pounds of legendary chopped burnt ends, a quart of hickory pip beans, a quart of creamy mac and cheese, and a full loaf of bread, all for $99.95. It's the ultimate big game party pack. And for Valentine's Day, that's coming up as well for $59.95. You're going to share an amazing spread that features pork spare ribs, baby back ribs, burnt ends, your choice of an appetizer, 2 sides, and a slice of cheesecake for dessert. So visit Smokehouse Barbecue at one of their 3 locations in Zona Rosa, Independence, or Gladstone, or at SmokehouseBBQ.com. That's SmokehouseBBQ.com. For almost 40 years, locally owned and family operated, it's Smokehouse Barbecue.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
When it was time to paint the inside of our home, we made one call, and that was the CertaPro painters, and the experience was amazing. They took all the stress about the job away from me, and they'll do the same for you. And now's the time to get that painting project completed that you've been putting off. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated right here in Kansas City. So schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by DM Injury Law, Missouri side and Lee's Summit, US 50 westbound before 3rd Street. Accident reporting there. Looks like at least one lane blocked, and delays from 291 south and building quickly. Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law. How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results. Mike's got this. 816-888-7500. Mike's got this. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Well, hey, make sure you keep 96.5 The Fan piped in on your radio today. Got Jay Binkley coming up in about 25 minutes. He's probably not gone to bed yet. He did after hours last night.
Juice all over the place.
He's got another mock draft out with their Character Concerns podcast, so make sure you download that and listen to, who Jay and Chris say they're going to select with that number 9 overall pick, and so...
Yeah. That dropped yesterday. Normally comes out on Wednesdays. Good stuff there, as they've had, like everybody else in the Chiefs organization, plenty of time to dissect and look things over for the offseason moves. Don't forget, February 10th from 9 until 11 will be the Chiefs offseason scheduled show. Lots to talk about. Be myself and Bob, Carrington, Cody, and Gold all in the studio for 2 hours talking nothing but offseason Chiefs stuff when it comes to what in the hell are we watching. But it's should be a fun show here on February 10th from 9 until 11.
Yeah, but football never dissipates, Bob.
Yeah, it never does.
Really
I mean, now we're getting into the soap opera part of the season, because as soon as that Super Bowl ends on Sunday, we will start to see some of the trades that may be made. Remember, the Alex Smith trade was made in the middle of February, a couple of weeks before the league year started, and so we had that, to kind of talk about for an entire month. Maybe there'll be a big trade like that. I would imagine there's probably going to be some quarterbacks moving,
called the unofficially official season.
Yeah, right. And so all the
Can't
good
sign
stuff.
the contract until this date, but They do have him.
Right, yeah. And
like
so,
Emmanuel Sanders.
Yeah, right. We had him locked and loaded and ready to go.
He was on his way to MCI.
He was, yeah.
Got off the plane and went right to Denver.
Oh, who's the coach there? Todd Haley and Scott? I'm out, man.
Yeah. I can go play with Peyton Manning or Matt Castle.
Yeah.
No shots, Matt, but you would do the same thing.
Hey, and Matt would say that, too. That was the best part about Matt Castle was the self-deprecating. He'd go, yeah, I would go play for, it's like people are mad at Justin Jefferson for saying they would have been better with Sam Darnold than J.J. McCarthy.
Duh.
He's not wrong at all by saying that. And he really didn't say anything wrong. He goes, yeah, I probably thought we would have played better with a different quarterback. And there's nothing to argue about that. There's nothing to complain about that. So, like, stuff like that's okay. It's okay to say that kind of stuff. So I don't know if we're going to see a lot of moves, trades, and the Raiders need a quarterback, obviously. The Arizona Cardinals need a quarterback. The Miami Dolphins need a quarterback. The Jets need a quarterback.
Steelers.
Yeah, I mean,
that again. If Will Howard,
Hey.
Yeah, somebody had Will Howard as the. Yeah, that's right.
Hey,
yeah,
you be nice.
Yeah, you be nice to Will Howard.
Be nice.
But that's a conundrum right there. And I saw yesterday that they went out and hired McCarthy. People are saying now to try to convince Aaron Rodgers to stay in Pittsburgh. I mean, and I'm like,
that'd be the Pittsburgh way.
I mean, it would be. I
We're
mean,
desperate for 41-year-old Rodgers.
I mean,
10-9.
But it also goes to show you what else is out there, guys. I mean, the quarterback situation is. I mean, it's about as bad as we're looking with the head coaching situation in the NFL.
Yeah,
what do you got?
Oh,
I just can't figure out how many games
was doing
over the
math.
season.
It was funny.
I'm just terrible at math.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. Worst situation right now, the coaches or the quarterbacks. I'd say QBs, but you're right. They're both kind of in a weird situation.
There's 10 new vacancies. So, you'd think that if there's, Bob just mentioned, 6 spots for a quarterback and there's 10 new spots for coaches, you got to trust that Harbaugh's going to be okay. You think Stefanski's going to be okay. That's 8. It's 8v8. What do you think is be more
McCarthy
successful?
will be okay in Pittsburgh. He'll do exactly what they want, win you 10, 11 games a year and call it a day. He'll be fine.
7 coaches versus 7 quarterbacks. Who has a more successful 2026 season? I'd probably lean towards the coaches.
Me too.
Yeah, I mean,
100%.
Because they're not as framed as as much as maybe a quarterback.
Because these 7 QBs are going to be Mendoza, Malik Willis, Mac Jones.
Yes. It's people you don't want to have dinner with, let alone quarterback your team. And I just think, we look at these games and players and whatnot and say to ourselves, man, anybody can go out there and do that. And then you realize, even in the pros, there's such a separation between the greats and the goods and the averages. And there's more goods and averages in this league at all positions than there are greats in this league. We happen to have a great. We happen to be very lucky. But for 50 years, we had good to average quarterbacks. So it's hard to find that quarterback in this. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to find a quarterback in the NFL. It's hard to find a good coach in the NFL. And so while people roll their eyes at Aaron Rodgers, he's better than anything that they have else, out there right now, unless you're going to make some splashy trade and, pick up a quarterback that nobody was thinking about and something's going on behind the scenes. Give me somebody better right now that's available than Aaron Rodgers for Pittsburgh. Who is that guy? And so if I'm Pittsburgh, hell yeah, I'm begging Aaron Rodgers to come back for one more year because there's nobody out there right now. Do you really want to turn your organization over to Tua?
No.
Kyler Murray?
No.
Mac Jones?
Yeah, I would do that. I would do Mac Jones.
Would you?
I think Mendoza's going to be better than Aaron Rodgers. If Aaron Rodgers plays here, I think Mendoza's better.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers can't move. Mendoza can move, and that's going to be an advantage for him. It might be a disadvantage at times, like it was for Jackson Dart. But Aaron Rodgers, 3-step drop, if there's a man in his face, he's gone. He got sacked by himself in a playoff game.
He can't move anymore.
But his arm is still.
He
can still throw it, man. He really can. Yeah, he really can throw the ball still. I was watching some highlights of him yesterday. I'm like, damn, at 41 years old, this guy is still hitting spots, throwing the ball, not missing anything.
He could try out for the Olympic flag football team and maybe make it.
Yeah.
In 3 years. That's at 44 because of his arm. But yeah, the rest of the stuff that it takes to be an NFL quarterback, I don't know how much of it's doing. I think the big question though is, let's say all that's fine and dandy and they can still win 9 or 10 games with Rodgers. Do you want that?
No, Pittsburgh does.
But Pittsburgh does. I think you have to put yourself in that
the franchise,
spot.
not the fans.
No, not the fans.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, though. The fans will be the first one to bitch when they're 6-11. I can't believe how bad this team is. This isn't the Pittsburgh way. Okay, fine. Then we'll go back to winning. We're mediocre. So, I feel like the fan base in Pittsburgh can't, be happy one way or the other. But that organization, for whatever reason, isn't willing to break it all down and rebuild. And they should be ready to break it all down and rebuild. Every organization goes through that at least once in a lifetime where they break it all down and rebuild. And Pittsburgh has never done that. And so that's kind of why they're in that malaise, if you will, because they never fully went in and just broke this whole thing down. They were satisfied picking like 25 every year. And picking 25 every year, that sucks. That's a terrible place to be.
It is kind of a solid point where from the text line, I'd rather just tank for the following year QB class, which.
But there's no guarantees those guys are going to be good. I've never been a tank guy because most of the quarterbacks that come into the NFL fail. I mean, for me, it's a 50% rate. So I will never tank because you think somebody's going to be good.
Yeah, I just don't know, like, if there's anything worth a darn to, like, even, like, that's out there right now. I mean, when it comes to the quarterback class.
That's right. You bring Aaron Rodgers back, God. I mean, think about that. We're talking about bringing Aaron Rodgers back at 41 because this league has no other quarterbacks, and there's none on the horizon.
Which might be one of the reasons why we talked about it for like the last week and a half, why I don't think this Super Bowl is going to be as viewed as most in the past. I mean, you look at the quarterback matchup, it is Drake May, it is Sam Darnold. It's not, I think a lot of people tune in to hate watch.
Sure.
I think there's a lot of people that listen to radio that listen to, hate listen or to disagree, which is fine because, you're in your car driving, you might, do what I do and you hear something, you start talking about it with yourself, like there's somebody in the passenger seat with you. And I think that's part of the reason why you'll see numbers down. Obviously, you'll have a divided halftime show that will keep people out of it. And some people just be like, well, I'm not going to watch Super Bowl at all because I don't really care this year or the antics that are going on around it. But also, you watch it last year, and there's a lot of people that just hate Philadelphia for Philadelphia. There's a lot of people that hate the Chiefs because they're just tired of seeing them win. They don't like Mahomes. They don't like the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift thing. So the hate watch isn't there. Plus, the Midwest isn't there, right? Like, the Chiefs get Nebraska, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, maybe there's some fans out there that are all that helps too. Whereas like here you have East Coast New England and Massachusetts that just is really the only people that really like the Patriots. And then you have Pacific Northwest Seattle, where Seattle's a team that has been good. They have a huge fan base. They have one of the best stadiums in the world when it comes to atmospheres and everything like that. But it's it. It's like
That's
just
it.
there.
Yeah.
It's those two. And then everything else that's going around it. And there is no hate watch. Like, you don't really hate these teams unless you hate New England, which this isn't the same New England. This is Mike Vrabel, Drake May, the new era of New England.
They're actually likable compared to the last run, I mean, this guy's talking about cutting his member off, for God's sakes. I mean, how could you not like Vrabel?
No doubt. So I think that's a reason why numbers will be down. And I think there's just be a lot of people that won't be as tuned in this year because they just don't care.
Yeah, and I saw a story yesterday. Another reason why the numbers are going to be down, the Taylor Swift fans aren't going to be there. And they accounted that for like a 20% growth in the Super Bowl ratings where kids and moms and everybody were watching Taylor Swift, watching for Taylor. And so, you take that out of the equation, and that does have a big impact on people watching the game. The ancillary fan, the casual fan will not be there this year because there is no Taylor Swift or potential Taylor Swift sightings. There's no Travis Kelce that's going to be playing. And that's the bigger loss than Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce aren't going to be there, and they're the two biggest stars in the world right now. I heard a great story about Taylor paying for somebody's wedding the other day because she had her wedding booked at the venue that Taylor wanted at the same time, and Taylor paid for her wedding and gave her a huge check as well, and then invited her to the wedding because she gave up the venue for the day. Yeah, and it actually has to do with somebody here in Kansas City was getting married, I heard, at that venue in Rhode Island because the wife is originally from there, and they had booked this thing years ago. And like, Taylor's, they got a call from the venue like, somebody wants your venue for that day. And they're like, who? And like, we can't tell you. She's like, is it Taylor? And they're like, yeah.
And she's like notoriously known to do that. Because I remember when they went to Prime, I think it was Prime Social or it was like Ocean Prime after a game or something. They basically went up to the top floor, at least that's what I heard. And they're like, hey, everybody's got to roll. Your tab's been taken care of. But there's some pretty important people coming in here that want to just basically rent it out. And they did it. Yeah. And everybody's tab was picked up by, believe from what I heard. Also, sources tell me that I know where Travis and Taylor are going to be this week. They are going to be attending the Waste Management.
Oh, I was going to say they're in Phoenix.
Open.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. They're gonna.
That'll be
hopefully
awesome.
They're at the. Did you watch the Tiger Woods video?
Yes.
You see how naked it was back then in
That's
'97.
crazy.
And then you see it today.
So did it start in the 90s then?
Oh, it's been going. It's the Phoenix Open.
Okay, yeah. I guess.
It
But
started like early '90s. It started to kind of pick up.
There's no chance they're in the grandstand, right?
I'm not
I
saying
mean,
there's
he
no
may
chance.
be in the
Yeah,
grandstand.
he might be.
I
Yes.
think they'll have a
Him and Jason may be in the grandstand.
because I think they'll have a
Into your teeth.
suite in the grandstands, which you should check out
Okay.
the prices for those. It's insane, dude. Which doesn't matter to them, but they'll be there getting rowdy at the Waste Management. Obviously, the last 3 years, Travis Kelce's been involved with the Super Bowl. The year before that, he was in the AFC Championship game. And this is always the Phoenix Open is always the weekend of the Super Bowl. But yeah, there's been reports that said that they're going to be there in attendance.
Cool.
Their personalities shine when it comes to like the life of the party. The life of the party is the 16th hole. I believe they'll probably be in a suite up there, just getting absolutely just bananas.
I want Travis's shirt off. That's all I'm asking for this weekend at the Waste Management. If he's there and Jason's there, I hope Jason redoes what he did in Buffalo. Remember, took the shirt off, pounding beers, going
Grab
into the
somebody's
crowd,
child.
grabbed a kid.
Here, you want to meet Taylor?
That's what we need. That's
like
what we
Rafiki
need.
holding up Simba in the beginning of The Lion King.
Absolutely. So back to this Taylor thing, people aren't going to watch because she's not going to be there. All the great stuff that she does, and she's like the most generous, kindest, nicest person in the history of the world. She takes care of everybody, and there's still people like Tony Dungy that don't like her. Like, how could you not like Taylor Swift?
Oh, we've got a text 913. So Taylor's selfish.
Mm-hmm. Taylor's selfish?
Yeah,
no. She asked, and the girl said, "Yeah, I'll do that."
They may be talking about the restaurant part and saying, "Oh, I want this all for that." I don't know.
They take care of people. They're not going in there and saying, get out. They're going in there, they're asking, then they're taking care of the tab for everybody.
You wouldn't even have a say if you and Hannah were getting married in July and Taylor Swift called your wedding planner and was like, hey, you guys have to get married next year, but it's going to be paid for and you can go to Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce's wedding. You wouldn't even have a say.
And she's going to give you like $10 million as seed money, for your life.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to, because I got to be honest with you. The story of giving up your wedding venue for Taylor Swift is better than the story you're going to get from your wedding.
100%.
It's better than you're going to get from your wedding because there's a 50-50 chance that wedding doesn't last, okay? Divorce rates in America are at 50%.
I have faith.
And so there's a good chance half of these weddings that are going to take place in the world ain't going to last. So somebody comes up to you like that and makes an offer and is like, hey, we really like to have this venue, but you have it. And we're okay, I'm in. I mean, who wouldn't be? There's not one single person that would say no.
Hey, babe, you want to call this thing off and take $5 million each and just kind of go live our own lives? Sounds good.
Yeah.
Love you. See what happens.
Figure out how to make money on this. I really want to.
If you love it, set it free. If it comes back, it's meant to be.
Yeah.
Like Pete Sweeney once told me.
Nobody's saying no. Nobody is saying no to that because every girl loves Taylor. Guys love her as well. She's just a great human being. Like, find somebody better on earth than Taylor Swift right now.
And you're getting 10 milli?
Yeah, well,
and I get to go to the wedding?
You get to go to the wedding. She's paying for the wedding, and I was told she wrote a check for them as well to say, here you go, thanks for your time, and it was a pretty substantial check from what I understand,
Yeah.
So
which is fair.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
And they could have said no if they didn't want to do something like that, but why would you say
Why would you
no?
do that?
Yeah.
Because that's the story.
Yeah.
People said no to Taylor Swift when she offered all this stuff, and then you're kind of the a-hole.
Yeah, people are like, you're an idiot.
Yeah, what are you
Not
doing?
an a-hole, an idiot.
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. It's a long way to say ratings drop. No Taylor this year.
I think this Super Bowl means more for Sam Darnold than I think it does Drake May. And I'll explain. And Mac, I know you don't agree. I think this Super Bowl for Sam Darnold might be his only shot. I don't think this will be Drake May's only shot. Now, I know they're only, 4 years younger, but this might be the career year for Sam Darnold. And this might be, it could also be Drake May's only chance, right? Not everybody's going to have maybe the same opportunities that Mahomes has had or, where you're going to go to, 6 Super Bowls in your first 7 years of being a starting quarterback or whatever the stupid number is. I think if Sam Darnold wins this, he's good. The rest of his career is on house money. Whereas, if Drake May wins this, it's like, oh, yeah, you won a Super Bowl, and it's like 2 years as a starter. They had an easy path. Like, it was kind of a gimme Super Bowl, whatever. Whatever. I think if Sam Darnold wins this, because even some people would say that they need to see him win a Super Bowl still to show that he's this quarterback. I think that Sam Darnold has done one thing that has solidified his name, and that is put himself in a category of the top 10 in quarterbacks in the NFL this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think that if he wins this Super Bowl, the rest of his career, even though he's 28, would be house money. And there's no pressure anymore. Sam Darnold could just sit on this the rest of his life and be like, hey, you guys used to doubt me. I went to the Jets, went to the Panthers, I did all this stuff. You know what? I won a Super Bowl with Seattle. I had a really good year as a career year, and I did it. Like when Matt Ryan played Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, it was more important for Matt Ryan to win that Super Bowl. Tom Brady, the legacy, chasing, all that stuff, he was probably going to have other opportunities because Tom Brady was just a winner. And if Matt Ryan would have won that, I don't know how we look at Matt Ryan. We think he's automatically in the Hall of Fame, whereas right now we're looking at Matt Ryan going, I don't know if he's a Hall of Fame quarterback. Great career, team president of the Atlanta Falcons, doing
Looks
a good job
in a
now.
suit.
But, like, there's always that what if, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't know if that opportunity exists again for Sam Darnold. So I think that this is more important for him to win this than it is for Drake May. And I don't mean it from like I do mean it from like a social status in the NFL.
Yeah.
But like every game, like Sam Darnold, can he do it again was the first step. He did. Can you get your team into the playoffs? He did. Can you get the number 1 seed? He did. Can you win an NFC championship game and get to the Super Bowl? He did. And for some, and for a lot, more than people think, it's still not enough. And I think this is like the exclamation mark would be like, okay, what are they going to say now, right, to take one from Steph Curry?
Or what are they going to say now? Joe Flacco, the same type of thing, right? Just because they're not one of those quarterbacks that we put into the great category, we forget about them and we
Joe
make fun
Flacco
of
never
them.
win again.
He never did, but man, he was a really good quarterback for his entire career, in the NFL, and he's still going. I will say this about, Sam Darnold. In 10 years, we will not know who the quarterback of the Seattle Seahawks was in this Super Bowl, even if they win this Super Bowl.
Oh, I disagree.
Because it's all about Drake May. Because no, I mean, you go,
I still know
that's
Jake
right.
Delhomme was the quarterback for the Panthers when they lost to the Patriots.
But that's you. Like that's a die in the wool sports guy. The average fan probably is not going to remember who quarterbacked the Giants against the Ravens in 2000. Probably you don't know who that was in
Kerry
Super Bowl
Collins.
30. You do, but I guarantee the average Joe. Mac, did you know it was Kerry Collins? No, okay, that's fine.
Hell of an arm out of Penn State.
Hell of an arm.
I know about Kerry Collins. Yeah.
Hell of an arm.
2000 year,
right?
A little early.
You don't know who that is. Not a household name or anything like that.
I was 2 years old. Yeah.
Jim
the
McMahon.
text line doesn't know. That's why I have to clarify.
There are just so many people out there that you just don't remember that played quarterback. I mean, people now remember Jeff Hostetler because of the backup stuff that's been going on. That's the only reason people remember Jeff Hostetler won Super Bowl 25. Or Joe Flacco or one of these guys that's not a household name. That's where I feel like Sam Darnold falls into that category. I think for Sam Darnold, I think if he wins this Super Bowl, I'm with you, Dusty. The book is written. The book's just getting started if Drake May goes out there and wins this Super Bowl, because the pressure going into next year will be, I think, greater on Drake May than maybe any other quarterback in the NFL. And the reason I say that is because now, you got one. Are you going to catch Tom? Is this dynasty going to be better than the first Patriots dynasty? Are they going to win more at a shorter period of time? Will they go 10 years without taking? Like, Drake May will be elevated if they win this thing. I promise you, by the national media, into that Tom Brady category.
So you think it means more for May then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I think it means more for Sam Darnold to get that, because I don't expect Sam Darnold to ever be around the Super Bowl again. I think for Drake May, if he gets it, the pressure becomes 10,000 times more than it is going into this game, because he's now set the bar in his second year. He's Tom Brady's second year, the New England comparisons that are going to take place. I think the world gets effed up for Drake May if he goes out there and wins the Super Bowl, and he's going to have more pressure on him than maybe anybody ever.
Yeah, it's already beginning, in my opinion. Yeah, that's already started. That's why I think it means more for him. And if he loses...
No, it means more for Sam, because if Sam gets it, peace out, man. I can go.
Because like you said, we're not going to remember him, dude. Like
for him, though, he will.
Yeah, sure, but we're talking about for us, for the perception. Sam's done. We like Sam or we don't like Sam. We think he's mid. Like, that's what it is. Sam's Sam.
Yeah, you got your mind made up about Sam Darnold.
And it's a fun story. That's what it is. Drake May, you're right. We're going to have pictures of him and Tom Brady holding Lombardi trophies next to each other. What could happen in the future? On First Take on Monday, it's going to be Mahomes or Drake May.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to be. If he loses, it's going to be, wow, he didn't have a 60% completion game in the playoffs. Wow, he didn't have a 300-yard playoff game in the playoffs. Wow, he had a first-place schedule and didn't play anyone. Wow, he played every team who fired their coach this season. Who is Drake May? What is he actually? Is he a faker? Is this team fake? Did they coast? They played Jarrett Stidham, and that's what the conversation will quickly turn into, and Drake May will turn from a hero to a zero. So this game means everything for Drake May, in my opinion.
And what you said right there is, sports in general. Like, is Drake May a worse quarterback because they didn't win the Super Bowl? Probably not, but we'll paint him out to be. We'll find every negative thing about him and say, this is why he didn't win it. And then if he did win it, we're comparing him to Tom Brady. It's a no-win for Drake May. It really is. It's a no-win for that guy.
Which leads us to...
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
Very, very, very simplistic poll question today on the Fescoe and Dusty Wednesday poll question on the Fan 965 on X. Who you rooting for in the Super Bowl? Real simple. Seattle, New England. 33 votes are in, 87.9%.
See, nobody.
87.9% say Seattle as of right now. We'll get to Jay Binkley and ask him that very same question. Plus, we'll dive into what we just talked about with May versus Darnold and the importance of this game with Jay Binkley, co-host of the Character Concerns podcast that dropped yesterday here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you something, my friends over at Underdog are ready for this weekend because it is the biggest football game of the year. And if you're not on the Underdog app now, that's actually a good thing because you're going to score big because Underdog right now will give you $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And you can play right now in the state of Missouri. And playing on Underdog is simple. Just head on over to the app, make entries on if a player will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. Plus, there's new promotions dropping daily in the app. So if you like making entries and winning money, then Underdog is the place for the big game. Plus, if you get them all right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and use promo code BOB to score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on fantasy with promo code BOB. Underdog. Make plays, win money. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms. _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Blue Creek Wagyu is here to prove there's never been a better time to follow through with your resolution to eat better. Heart-healthy, low-cholesterol, authentic American, full-blooded Wagyu steaks and beef will help you hit all your goals this year. Booth Creek has 2 convenient locations at 95th and Knoll and 135th and Metcalf, where they sample mouth-watering Wagyu every day, and their beef experts will lead you to the perfect cut. Crafted for exceptional beginnings. Join the Booth Creek Revolution at boothcreekwagyu.com.
When the cold sets in across KC, AB May is the trusted name for keeping your home warm, safe, and secure. From furnace repairs to system replacements, we deliver reliable solutions in unmatched care and professionalism. Whether it's a sudden breakdown or routine maintenance, AB May is here to help. Trusted by generations of Kansas City homeowners, we're committed to doing things the right way every time. Call AB May at 913-732-9993 or visit us at abmay.com.
Call your serviceman from AB May.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state, only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergen X and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. If you're looking for the best, Synergen X and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergen X and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at getmyhealthfix.com.
This hour is brought to you by State Water Heater and Reeves Weideman online at rwco.com. Need a water heater? State Water Heaters has the solution. The Adapt Gas Tankless Water Heater with X3 scale prevention delivers efficient, on-demand hot water with no annual maintenance and may qualify for money-saving utility rebates. Ask your plumber for State at Reeves Weideman. Visit rwco.com or statewaterheaters.com.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Missouri side at Lee's Summit, US 50 westbound, still slow around 291 north with an accident. You get over to 291 south, moves better, then it's a little sluggish from 3rd Street up to 470. 71 northbound, off again, on again, slow from 87th up to Gregory. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
He loves beer and chewing tobacco, football and boobs. He knows Bobby Bowden. He knows Pete Carroll. He likes the 3-4 defense. He's Jay McLean. He loves beer and chewing tobacco, football and boobs. He knows Bobby Bowden. He knows Pete Carroll. He likes the 3-4 defense. He's Jay Binkley.
You better believe it. It's that time every Wednesday we tap in with Jay Binkley. By the way, 49 years ago today, one of the greatest albums of all time dropped.
Rumors, Fleetwood Mac.
There you go. Jay Binkley, bigger Super Bowl for Drake May or Sam Darnold?
I'm going to say Sam Darnold. Kind of with you on that one, Des, man. This might be his one chance, his one shot to get a ring. I can see Drake May making his way back here at some point.
Yeah, and that's back to the final question. Like, I do think it's bigger for Sam because it will be, I think, his only opportunity. If that's what I don't think Sam Darnold's ever going to be in the Super Bowl again. That's just my take on that. I think Drake May will potentially be in the Super Bowl again. Jay, do you see him kind of moving into the Mahomes rival mode, or is we too early for that?
No, I think eventually will, because you're always looking for that team. Like, you go into every season. Who's on that tier one? Well, it's the Chiefs, it's the Bills, it's the Bengals, although they've been taken off because they haven't made the playoffs in the last 2 years. And then it's the Ravens and Lamar Jackson. But, yeah, they're always looking for new blood. I would put him there. Sam Darnold is kind of the poster child, I think, for the wayward quarterbacks. So they can say, hey, look, you don't need that franchise quarterback. You can go out and get one in free agency, even if they melt down on the playoffs against with the Vikings like he did last year, and then they throw money at him. But he's kind of that outlier, that asterisk, where people say, well, you can just go out and grab a free agent quarterback. That's not always the case.
But he was also the third overall pick, Jay.
No, it is. But his career. I mean, it was one of those. He was a journeyman at this point. We've seen a ton of quarterbacks, their top 2 or 3 picks. Like Trey Lance, he'll never be anything. He's a backup now with the Chargers. They'll move on. He's getting his redemption. He's that one, I don't know, that thing for the NFL to say, see, look, we can go grab a free agent quarterback, and teams will be looking for it this year. They'll be looking for that next Sam Darnold.
When you look at the Chiefs this year, Binkley, your guys' mock draft that you do on the Character Concerns, you can find it on the Odyssey app and go looking for the wonderful, I think you guys have the best graphic of anybody with the Character Concerns page. You guys have somebody new this week. It is a wide receiver, but maybe not a name that a lot of people are familiar with.
Yeah, there's a lot of newness going around. Like, there's a new flavor of the week, like we've seen with, Kenyon Sadiq and then Reuben Bain. There's a new name to be added to that. But our list, we went a new name, too. We went Mekhi Lemon, the wide receiver out of USC. So we stayed at wide receiver at 1. It's looking more and more like Cardell Tate, probably not going to be there by the time they draft. This guy, Mekhi Lemon, that we picked, is one of those guys that's great at contested catches. Despite his size at 5'11", he plays bigger than he is. It's like Tyreek Hill played as a bigger receiver than he was, and MVS played as a smaller receiver than he was at 6'4". But this guy has 3 drops in his last 175 targets the last 2 years. 3 drops in that span. He's got incredible hands. He catches everything. He's tough. He'll go mix it up. He'll block. He had 5 games this year, over 127 yards. But Chris and I were watching this guy all year, and I know Uno Cero liked him from the beginning, and I really like Mekhi Lemon. So you start watching a lot of USC games and Jordan Maeva and what they're doing with him at USC. But this guy is an incredible weapon. I mean, he's one of those guys that you'll see, playing in those silly Pro Bowl games like last night. You'll see him advance. This guy is a durable guy. I love the fact that just 3 drops in his last 175 targets. That'll play with the Kansas City Chiefs because they've had a huge problem with guys catching the football.
Yeah, it has been. You mentioned the term flavor of the week. And how does the flavor of the week keep changing when we don't have any measurables out there anymore, Jay? Like, we see this all the time, with mock drafts and players rising and falling. How does that happen when there's nothing going on?
Well, we did have a Senior Bowl. So you had the Senior Bowl this week. That's why there's different changes in a name that'll start to be popular. Everybody's going to be on, so-and-so picks somebody to be in the mock draft. It's Caleb Banks, the defensive tackle out of Florida, but that'll be the name. I told you we look at 25 mocks several times. We did it last Monday. I did it Friday. I did it again last night. What are people saying? What do they want now? Who's the flavor of the week? It was Caleb Banks that showed up on 3 of the 25 mock drafts because he had a great Senior Bowl. But, yeah, if you guys measured at the Senior Bowl, it's where we saw Diego coming in at 5'9". Some guys measured down there. The Combine coming up at the end of the month, they'll measure again. But, yeah, people go up and down. Then, of course, you have free agency, legal tampering starting March 9th through 11th, free agency the 11th. So then that'll change things as well. Teams will go out in free agency and get somebody, then the need won't be there for the draft. But it keeps going up and down. But a lot of times, I think, Bob, is you'll see a Mel Kiper, throw a name out there, or Daniel Jeremiah, and people will go nuts. And then 10 or 15 other mockers will grab who Mel Kiper picked, and they'll throw them down on a mock. That's why you see so many changes. Watch when one of those names picks somebody else. Watch how many other mocks pick the name that Mel Kiper throws out there.
All right, Binkley, the 2 most important questions we have to finish this interview is, 1, who are you pulling for in this Super Bowl?
I said Seattle at the beginning, lesser of all evils, even though I really like and respect what Mike Vrabel is doing with New England. But Mike McDonald's a great story, too. I mean, this guy didn't play college football. Was a grad assistant at Georgia, got on there with John Harbaugh and just made his way up the ladder. One of those coaches, a younger coach that's getting a position, jumps to another position, and he did that all with the Baltimore Ravens before getting a head coaching opportunity with Seattle. But, yeah, I'd probably say Seattle. Both these teams are solid offensive and defensively, but I really like so much about what Seattle is. Of course, that defense they have. But I like that offense, too. I like Kenneth Walker in the backfield. I like JSN, who led the NFL in receiving yards this year. They're a fun team to watch. So I say Seattle.
And then give me your 3 must-have Super Bowl snacks.
Well, it's got to be Cool Ranch Doritos, of course, because you guys know how much I like those. Mm-hmm. But the Little Smokies, too. I didn't realize there were so many different variations of them.
Oh, yeah.
Like pork, chicken, or the smoked sausage. I had no idea. So I selected smoked sausage Smokies. Like, I couldn't figure out which ones to get, but I did get the Smokies ready for Sunday. And this sounds off the wall, but I do enjoy a nice potato bar. Where you grab the potato, then you throw on what you want. You want shredded cheese on there. You want bacon. You want molten cheese. You want anything. You throw it on it, but you just make the potato, then you throw all this other crap on it, and it's actually really good.
Do you raw dog those Little Smokies, or do you cook them in the crock pot with a sauce?
I've got some Smokehouse barbecue sauce, actually, Bob.
Way to go.
I'm gonna throw the Smokehouse in there. I really do. I literally have Smokehouse barbecue sauce getting ready for these Smokies. So it's going to be that, the Smokies, throw it in the crock pot, and let it go.
There you go, Jay. Well, we'll watch you eat on Sunday, I guess.
Praise be. Binkley, enjoy the game, and we'll talk to you again on Wednesday.
All right, fellas, take care.
That's Jay Binkley right there. Coming up, we talk about what is to come in the NFL. Like it or not, we got to assume it's going to be here, whether we want it or not. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Man, it's the new year and it's here, and improving your health may be one of your big resolutions. But when you're tired, low on energy, not sleeping well, or not seeing progress in the gym, staying committed can be tough. Heartland Men's Health, my people over there are great, and they can likely help you with that resolution because those symptoms are often signs of low testosterone. But this year, Heartland Men's Health is also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more, designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. They've successfully treated many men for low T, and men have seen the amazing differences that those treatments can make in their life. Most men wait a year or longer. There is no need to wait. Don't go another year with low T. They have 3 locations: Overland Park, Kansas; Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit; and North Kansas City. So call my people over at Heartland Men's Health today at 844-447-6600 or visit them at heartlandmenshealth.com.
Speech therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
If the high cost of living is weighing you down, lighten your load at Hy-Vee. Save big at the pump with red-hot fuel saver deals this week. Stock up on groceries and stack up the savings when you scan your Hy-Vee Perks card at checkout. The more you spend, the more you'll save. Your next fill-up might even be free. Don't have a Perks card yet? Just download the app or go to Hy-Vee.com/perks and start saving today. Don't miss the red-hot fuel saver deals this week only at Hy-Vee.
The big game's here, and you're going to have a watch party. It may not be super for all of us Chiefs fans here in Kansas City, but still, Hy-Vee can help you make it super. Hy-Vee's your one-stop shop for all of your big game watch party needs. You can get fresh dips. They've got all the chips, the take and bake pizzas, a great selection of wings, and my favorite is the bakery. I love their football-themed cookies, and they've got great sheet cakes and cupcakes as well. Mix and match in the wine and spirits department and save 10% when you mix or match 6 or more bottles. Only at Hy-Vee.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
This hour is brought to you by State Water Heater and Reeves Weideman, online at rwco.com. Need a water heater? State Water Heaters has the solution. The Adapt Gas Tankless Water Heater with X3 scale prevention delivers efficient, on-demand hot water with no annual maintenance and may qualify for money-saving utility rebates. Ask your plumber for State at Reeves Weideman. Visit rwco.com or statewaterheaters.com.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Northland 35 southbound, accident before the Choteau traffic way blocking the left lane. Things building quickly, almost back to 435 now. East side 435 northbound very slow from 40 highway up past 23rd Street with construction. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Be sure to follow us on Instagram at TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes videos like MVP Monday, Chiefs Take Tuesday, and Best Bets. This is your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ, FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey Sports Station.
Back at it here on 96.5 The Fan on a Wednesday. Shout out to Jay Binkley for joining us as we do it every Wednesday, the Fescoe and Dusty poll question.
I'm loving it. Welcome, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
We asked the question, it's Super Bowl week, so who are you rooting for?
Oh, my God!
Are you rooting for Seattle or New England? Should be a groovy Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, baby!
As Seattle right now running away with this. 90.3% of the votes going to the Seattle Seahawks, 9.7% the New England Patriots. Mac, would you consider me to have stones if I alt spread this and say Seattle wins by 10?
I love it. Been thinking the same exact thing.
Seattle wins by 10? Wow.
Well, because my buddy who's a gambling degenerate like I am, shout out to Nick in St. Louis.
Shout out,
He
Nick.
goes, I don't know if anybody else is on this, but I mean, I'm just banging KU every single time they play.
What?
He's like, they've bet terminology. But like they smash Iowa State. They said that's when he started. He goes, I saw KU's an underdog at Allen Fieldhouse. You kidding me? Hammers them.
Yeah.
Goes against BYU. He's like, they're not losing the game. Hammers them. And then he's like, Texas Tech. He goes, are you kidding me? Texas Tech was a 4.5-point favorite against KU. Hammered KU then. I said, if you really love them, obviously they play Utah this Saturday at 1 o'clock. Not a huge game, but Monday night at 8 o'clock in Lawrence against the number one team in the land, Arizona.
KU will win that game by 10.
Again, I know that I'm hard.
No, I'll call it right now. KU wins by double digits in that game. That's the game. But that's what happens.
Okay.
I mean, this is the KU script. I mean, we can talk to Alex about it, bring Josh in. It happens every year. It's the same script with KU.
Right.
Every single year. You get the January lull where everybody thinks Bill Self has seen the game pass him by, and then there they go into high gear and they go on a run, and they'll probably end up in the Final Four.
And I think, at least we'll have Alex on tomorrow, I think at least still, KU is 20-1 to win the national title.
Yeah.
They were yesterday, yeah.
So it's still out there.
Which I like, yeah.
Maybe
Darren Peterson's 15-1 to win Player of the Year.
He will not win, and I'll tell you why very quickly.
Because he doesn't play enough.
Correct.
Yeah.
But
he's the Player of the Year.
Yeah. You see Cam Boozer's poster last night on that poor
I
Boston
did,
College kid?
Did you see that guy at East Toenail State dunk and posterize the guy? It's the #1 play of the day on SportsCenter today.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what schools these are. That's why I said East Toenail State, because it did have an E on the chest. I mean, this guy went up and over the dude. And the guy was like straight, like it was an unbelievable dunk. If you could find that and watch it, you'd love it.
Mac Daddy, you think this is the beginning of the end to the NFL with this new idea?
Man, this 18th game, we've talked about this before.
Hang on 1 second here. You are me and I am you in this conversation.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
We're on the
because
same page.
No. We're totally opposite.
Oh, I'm the old guy. You're the young guy.
Yeah, like
Gotcha.
you're the geezer, man. You're like pushing the mobbing
am.
on, the things are better in my day. And I'm
So
like,
were.
and I'm the 49-year-old going, I love this. This is cool.
So we go to break and we hear Matt go, you got to go see my people at QC Connects.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Bob, pull this.
Yeah, you're getting up there in age, Mac, pretty soon.
Send this to sales, Bob. Boy, I'll tell you, this show gets my back aching, but nothing gets it better back in shape than QC Kinetics.
It's
Hey,
true.
I'm Mac Morey.
Yeah.
But anyways, you think this is the beginning of the end?
I mean, I think we've discussed this before, the risk of over-inundating us with too much football. There is such a thing as too much football. The product does have to stay somewhat quality, and I think we've seen that wane in past years. I think injuries have increased. And we don't want to just watch football to be football. I mean, I know it was an anomaly with the Chiefs this year, but these last few games of Chris Oladokun weren't necessarily the best product, right? Watching Mac Jones, there were some good games, but it's not necessarily what we want, right? So I think we're going to get more of that with an 18th game. I think we're going to get a worse product, and I think at some point you're going to have too much football.
See, I will take the other side of this.
Okay.
I hate the 17 because it's odd, first of all. I like a nice, even schedule, like February this month, as we talked about. Perfect month. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 4.
Yes.
It's a perfect square.
I did see that.
That was the NFL in the 16 games. It was perfect. It was perfect, right? 18 makes it even more perfect because you can get your Super Bowl on President's Day weekend, and then everybody's going to have that Monday off, and then you wrap it up, right? And you're done, and you move on. And it's the perfect ending, I think, for the NFL season, President's Day weekend. Go from the weekend, the Thursday after Labor Day, to President's Day weekend. Fit it all in that box. I would not start before Labor Day. If this was going to cause you to start before Labor Day, I would be against this 18th game because I think Labor Day weekend is an important weekend for families. I think it's an important weekend for a lot of people. I think it's important for college football as well to kind of get their, jump start going. And families are doing one last weekend at the lake or whatever it is. You don't want to have to come back on a Sunday, for the Chiefs game if you're a season ticket holder or something like that. So stay away from Labor Day weekend. Let people have that holiday. And then what everybody's wanted, you hear it every year, it's the low-hanging fruit, and every year somebody goes, well, I never thought of that. We think of it every year, Super Bowl Saturday. You don't have to worry about a Super Bowl on a Saturday. You play it on Sunday, President's Day's Monday, boom, you get the day off. It's grandfathered in. Everybody has that day off. I am against expansion, though, because I think a lot of what you're saying there applies to expansion more than it does to the 18th game. Oh, we need more teams. You don't have enough quarterbacks or coaches to fill the teams you have right now. So I think expansion would be absolute dog crap for the NFL. But I love the 18th game. Give me another game in the regular season. It's another meaningful game. It's the way you get to expand globally, and everybody plays a game overseas and all that kind of stuff. And I'm all for the NFL making money so we continue to have this great product that we've been, enjoying for the last 15, 20 years of the NFL being as good as it is. So, yeah, it's going to be there. We're going to have to deal with it, but it's better than, not having it.
I think I'm with Mac because we didn't need Week 18 this year. We're not going to need Week 18, and now we're also not going to need Week 19.
It's going to make it harder to get that 1 seed, too.
Which I think if they do another week, they should add the second bye week.
I agree.
Get the second, yes.
And then they should also add the second seed gets the first round off in the playoffs as well.
Mm-hmm.
They'd have to figure that out with the teams again, the numbers.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yes, I agree.
So, I think all that, but we know we've been burned before by the NFL where we think that they're doing the right thing. And then you look at it and you're like, oh my gosh, this is actually stupid. You know what I mean? It's
what was the last move they made that we didn't like?
Kickoff.
Yeah.
And that was 2 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
And now they're like, we saw a tremendous amount of, I don't know why I'm AJ and Justice and Big Chocolate Chip Cookie, but boom, boom. By the way, those guys need to go away. Actually, he needs to go away. The Costco guys. It's over.
The Costco guys, AJ, Big Justice.
I don't know that I've
Justice, you go do your thing.
cookie.
You're a kid. Go take the
10.
world by the tail. Yeah, go do that. But the dad's got to go.
Yeah, Dad's bad.
I've had enough of the dad.
Yeah.
Dad might be my Richard of the week.
He's in it for himself.
It sucks. It's terrible.
BBL stinky.
The clothes are too tight. The truck gives me small penis energy.
Is this guy on TikTok?
Yes. They start out at Costco. You're like, what big chocolate?
You don't have to watch those. Just
I don't want to, but it's just always there.
You can't look away.
And either way. I'm getting off on a tangent, but we didn't need Week 18 this year. We just
agreed.
We didn't. We got one game. Of course we are. We know what the NFL is. But I'm with Mac. Like I've said, at what point do we reach the top of Everest? And then it's like, that's only downhill from here because then your product's going to get stale.
Yeah.
It's not going to get as entertaining. It's not going to be as fun. You're seeing some people check out a little bit by little bit when you hear that they're going to play every week overseas.
Yep.
And then wait till they put the Super Bowl in a different country.
Well, that's where I'll draw the
That's
line.
where all this is headed.
Yeah, I know it is. I know 100% it is. But that's when I'll have the anger because the Super Bowl should be kept in the United States, especially with all these new stadiums that are going up, right? I don't care about your international. You don't need the Super Bowl to be on international soil for it to make money. And that's what they want to do. They want to continue to expand. And I'm against an international Super Bowl. But I'm really just not against the 18th game because it just gives us one more extra week of football. Gives it, I think, probably expanded playoffs. You probably expand to 8 teams in each conference as well, with the postseason. And you have 16 teams in. More teams in the playoffs are better for everybody because that's ultimately what fans want too. They want games that matter. They want meaningful games. And getting an extra team into the playoffs, if you add the 18th game or 2 extra teams in the playoffs, means more meaningful football, means more playoff games. And those are the things that America likes. Just look at the TV ratings. I mean, if Cooper Flagg is playing in the NBA Finals, guys, like you were talking about at the start of the show, why don't people watch? Then people will watch because it's a meaningful game. And so I think if the NFL could add more teams to the playoffs, keeps more markets interested, you get more postseason games. I think it's a win for everybody, and it's not something that, just gets me going. Now, expansion and Super Bowls overseas, that's a different conversation because this league doesn't need to expand. Just like I don't think baseball needs to expand, but they're going to.
You seen the Ringer with Johnny Knoxville?
Yeah.
When the kid's like, when the F do we get ice cream? Somebody had texting goes, who the hell has President's Day off? And somebody goes, 20% of the working world has President's Day off on that next Monday.
It's a national holiday, guys,
We'll be here.
No, we won't. We're off this year.
President's Day?
this year, but we would not.
We would be, right? Yeah, yeah. Oh,
course.
yeah, yeah. If the Chiefs were in the Super Bowl, absolutely, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But
so definitely against the 18th.
I know we got to go. Just real quick, you're talking about another playoff team, another playoff game. I don't think playoff means competitive or means that we care. I don't think that, because the 2 and 7 seed games suck. 9 and 1 are 2 seeds. The average margin of victory 12.7 points. Those are bad games. Imagine a 2 and an 8. It would be disgusting. It would not be good football. I'm just good.
No thanks. Somebody says, you think they want to play the Super Bowl on the same day as the Daytona 500?
I think Daytona 500 would probably move. Yeah, I don't think the NFL doesn't care about your auto race. I mean, they run the show.
They don't. Yeah, exactly.
They're the Taylor Swift of sports.
Yes, you move your schedule.
Yeah, and you look at the college schedule. The reason that we're having this 25th day of January as the championship game is because they want to avoid Thursday night football. College can't even find days to play. They just need to go full steam ahead and just play.
Just do it.
Who cares if the NFL's going on?
Same with baseball. If we're going to add anything, add a hole to golf. Give us the actual 19th hole, not the one we have to lie to all our friends, wives, and everybody else about. Give us 19 holes in golf. Makes it go that much longer. But we talk about the Royals up on the other side on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Royals.
This is Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
I'll tell you, my friends at Golden Oak Lending have cured our blues over the last decade, and it has been an unbelievable relationship for us, because at Golden Oak Lending, we save money, and they take care of us, and they take care of every customer that they have. Once you make that phone call to take that free mortgage checkup, Golden Oak Lending will put you into the system, and they're always going to check in on you. Every 6 months, they're going to call and see how things are, and then they'll let you know when they have great low rates. But it all starts with that free mortgage checkup. It is risk-free. There's no paperwork or credit card required. It's just a phone conversation with Golden Oak Lending. You'll give them all your information, and then they'll get to work to find a better loan than the one that you're in. And the average cash-out customer at Golden Oak Lending saves $1,104 per month. And right now, with their 4.50% fixed-rate loan, you could save even more than that. And when you cash out with Golden Oak Lending, you'll go 2 months without having to make a mortgage payment. So get in touch with them today and take that free mortgage checkup. 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD. And let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at QC Kinetics are saying it is time to feel better, guys, right? You've got that pain in your joints. Well, I'm not the only one who's saying it's time to feel better. It's 40,000 people that are saying it's time to feel better. And go see QC Kinetics. Stop before you replace your knees or your hips or your joints. Go see QC Kinetics, because there is a better way. And 40,000 people have found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in cellular level treatments that revitalize joint tissue naturally. Patients who thought surgery was the only answer are getting their lives back thanks to QC Kinetics' advanced regenerative treatments. And we know surgery isn't always the answer. QC Kinetics uses safe, natural treatments to activate your body's healing power with zero downtime. Get started now to ease inflammation and slow that progression of arthritis. 40,000 people can't be wrong, so you need to get in touch with my friends over at QC Kinetics. Before you say yes to surgery, do your research and call QC Kinetics today. The consultation's free. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics is off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. 816-412-6299.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You could do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check the math at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan. 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service ported 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Northland 35 southbound gets heavy at 435. Crawls down past Vivian with multiple problems into their earlier accident around the Shoto Trafficway built those delays, but that looks to have cleared out of the left lane. Heading on the east side, 435 northbound, still rolling around 23rd with construction. Lee Summit, US 50 westbound, heavy from Todd, Georgia over to 291 north with an accident. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Diving back into it on a Wednesday here on 96.5 The Fan. Don't forget tomorrow, Ben Maller around this time.
He's headed to San Francisco today for the Superb Owl that is going to be taking place.
Long drive for him.
About 4 or 5 hours, probably. Well, I mean, I guess it's in, I don't even know where they're doing the radio row. I guess that's, it's a mess out there.
Everywhere.
So, yeah. So he's headed out there now, like literally driving up the coast, I think, as we speak. Maybe Ben's listening to us. Good morning, Ben.
Better be.
Hello, America.
So the Royals, they've been in conversations throughout the offseason of acquiring a bat. And the name that seems to always kind of come back to Kansas City is Jarren Duran.
Mm-hmm.
All-star outfielder. Kind of feel like Boston's willing to move on from him, but they're kind of being protective to the point because obviously it's a business first. They know what he is. They know what the Royals have. And the name that kind of we've seen float around for Duran is Cole Reagan.
I'm not making that move.
No, and I don't think anybody in Kansas City favors that move.
No.
Now, I don't want to say no one. I want to say that the majority of people would probably say, I'll hold on to Cole instead of giving up, Cole Reagan's for Jarren Duran.
Do you think there's many people out there that, like Royals fans, that would make that trade?
I think there's some people that will look at the injury history of Cole Reagan's and say, well, if he goes off and does what he's capable of doing, then darn, we missed it. But at least we get Jarren Duran out of it. And then there's people that are like, well, I think it's just been a fluke, so I don't want to get rid of Cole Reagan since he's a potential Cy Young candidate, which he is.
He is, yeah.
I mean, he's a top 5 Cy Young candidate for a lot of MLB writers out there. Obviously, he is in a American League that is loaded with pitching talent. 2 of them, right? Skubal and then the guy in Boston that's just absolutely nails. I say him, and I can't even think of his name. Not Dylan Cease, but gosh, why can't I think of his name?
Crochet?
Yeah, Crochet. Obviously, the 2 big names in the American League. I think Cole Reagan's is a little bit lower down the list.
But if he stays healthy all year and pitches like he's pitched, he will be a huge topic of conversation at the end of the year in the Cy Young candidate category, and he should be. I mean, we're expecting good things out of Cole Reagan.
Plus, the Royals have a little bit of control over Cole Reagan since they obviously gave him that extension a couple years ago. But there was an article that was written that has this looks like it's from Zach Presnell. He writes about a blockbuster trade that could involve the Yankees and the Royals.
Mm-hmm.
And it comes to their 22-year-old prospect, Jason Dominguez, Jasson.
I've never seen Jason spelled that way before with 2 S's,
Yeah, Hassan Dominguez or Jason Dominguez. He is one of their big prospects. He's 82nd on the MLB's Pipeline's top 100. He is what they thought was going to be the right field heir apparent.
Mm-hmm.
And they decided to go ahead and give Cody Bellinger that money and bring him back which then kind of blockades the path for Dominguez, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also been, now again, he's only 22 years old. He's a top prospect in the Yankees organization. And the name that they have connected to him from the Kansas City Royals would be Chris Bubic.
Mm-hmm.
And they go on and say where that would be kind of a blow to the Royals to lose Bubic. The unfortunate part about all of this is, to get somebody, you got to give somebody. It's not, taking fair trades off on Madden and saying, like, we'll give you this, this, and this. And we'll take Anthony Davis for Luka Doncic.
Right,
that doesn't really happen. Otherwise, you get clowned for about 5 years. But you would have to give up Bubic, but you'd still have Noah Cameron, Michael Wacha, Seth Lugo, Cole Reagans, Falter, and you'd have Bergert as well out there in your bullpen as well, or in your arsenal of pitching. But the thing when it comes to Dominguez is that he hasn't really shown the pop yet, but the thing that comes with Dominguez is that he's got the powerful bat that could work for somebody else, and it fits the narrative of new face, new place with the opportunity. What can he show? Plus, there's none of that New York pinstripe pressure.
Yeah.
But that's now a name that has kind of come up. Anybody's ever heard of, but it is a big name prospect in the Yankees organization that would come in and be somebody that could be that bat for the Royals in the outfield.
You said he's 22 years old, right?
Correct.
Okay. He's been hyped up since he was 18 years old. And usually when the Yankees hype a prospect, I'm very fearful of it because they trade prospects all the time. And for the most part, Yankee prospects that they trade don't amount to anything in Major League Baseball. They really don't. The name is really intriguing to me. Jason Dominguez, player in name only, as we talked about with Harden. His production so far has it. He's their version of Jack Caglione, I think, right now. Has a lot of buzz, came up, didn't do so great at the big league level, but you're not writing the guy off. However, if you could make a trade if you're the Yankees for him and remove a guy that's, kind of quote-unquote in the way, then you probably look for a way to do that. But I would not trade Chris Bubic for him right now, right? If this is a year ago, I may have had that conversation, probably would have had that conversation, probably would have made that trade. But I don't think this conversation comes up a year ago because Jason Dominguez wasn't a guy that the Yankees considered trading, and Chris Bubic wasn't anybody that anybody would trade for here in Kansas City. And then a year happens, and Chris Bubic is really good, and Jason Dominguez is now in the way of what the Yankees are trying to do. So I tried to think of it in terms of, what we have going on right now. If this was Jack Caglione, would you trade Chris Bubic right now for Jack Caglione? And I wouldn't make that move right now. I would not trade Chris Bubic, who's coming off a really good year, for an unproven guy in Jack Caglione. A year ago, I probably would have traded Bubic for Cags and Bubic for Dominguez, but the year has made such a big difference, and I think Chris Bubic is such a better piece to give up than what you would be getting back in return. And so if the Yankees want to sweeten the deal or lessen the deal, if you will, and not take somebody as high priced as Chris Bubic, I would be intrigued by having that conversation with Jason Dominguez, but I can't give up a piece like Chris Bubic right now for Jason Dominguez. I think that's a lopsided trade well in favor of the Yankees.
Are you giving Chris Bubic a contract after this year?
Probably. If he stays healthy, yeah, I am. Yeah, I think I am.
Because he's going to want a lot of money.
Yeah, he is going to want a lot of money.
And the Royals don't give a lot of money out a lot of times.
But they do pay their guys, as we've seen under John Sherman. We haven't really seen a guy that's been their guy get away. They've signed up Bobby. They signed up Michael. We've obviously got Vinny now signed up. They took care of Salvador Perez before Dayton left and continue his contract on. They've paid Seth Lugo, who's here. So they have a great track record. John has a great track record of paying guys that are here in Kansas City if they believe that they can work and move forward and do good things, with the organization. And with Lugo and Wacha getting up there in age, I'd like to see Bubic kind of become that guy that can be a mainstay in this rotation, the guy that every fifth day is going to be there for you. He's proven he's got the talent to do it. Now he just got to stay healthy.
Yeah, because it's also, you look at a surplus in pitching, right now you have 3 lefties in your starting 5, which is insane. You have Cameron.
Do you have a problem with that?
No, but I think everybody else does because they want one of them. Yeah. And I don't think you move Cameron. I don't think you move Reagans. I think Bubic is the guy because Cameron control, Reagans extended, and Bubic is an unrestricted free agent next year that I don't think the Royals are going to give the money to because, as we all know, arbitration talks or contract talks can be ugly. And Chris Bubic has been up and down. He's had Tommy John surgery. He was then put on a pitch clock, and then he came back next year, was an all-star, but then was shut down because of wear and tear on the arm. And so I think that if you're going to get somebody, you need to get somebody that you have control of. Dominguez would be somebody that you would have control because he's 22. You'd have at least 4 years, I think, of control with him. And Bubic, you'd have to pay a bunch of money to, who's going to demand it being a lefty and putting that all-star, sort of staple on his name. It's not like Shedeur Sanders Pro Bowl name. He was legitimately an all-star. Chris Bubic was, and actually pitched in the game for sure. But I don't think that I have a problem moving on from Bubic because what the year is following. Like, are you going to give over?
It's a great point.
A ton of money for Chris Bubic when you have two lefties in your rotation? One, tons of control of with Noah Cameron, and two, Cole Reagans, who you've extended, who you trust to be a perennial name towards an AL Cy Young, a strikeout leader as well. Until of course Skeens is pitching for the Yankees. But again, I don't think that I have an issue with that because they say at one point Dominguez was seen as untouchable.
Yeah. Oh, God, yes, he was. Yeah.
That narrative has changed because obviously they re-signed Cody Bellinger and they need pitching. And they do say trading Bubic again would be a crushing loss, but it's the cost of doing business. If the Royals are looking to land a talent, Dominguez would be a talent to land because, A, you don't have to pay him. If it fails, you didn't pay Chris Bubic. If he never lands up to be anything more than what he was and you got the best years out of Chris Bubic, then it doesn't hurt as bad as if you were to say, okay, we're going to trade Cole Reagans for Jarren Duran, and Duran comes here and hits 250 with 20 home runs, and then Cole Reagans goes up for Boston. Like, man, they got Crochet and Reagans, and you're like, well, ain't nobody beating Boston now.
Yeah.
And you could have had that, whereas, like, if this guy doesn't work out, you went and made a try. You thought it would happen. You didn't pay him a ton of money, if any, and you took a chance on a powerful bat in a new place like Kansas City where you've also moved in the fences. Because I don't know if those power numbers are, advocated towards playing at Yankee Stadium or if they're just natural raw power numbers. But I think if you are going to move on from a pitcher, and I've been saying this since last season, that Bubic was always the guy because I don't know if Kansas City is going to pay Chris Bubic the money that he is going to demand. Bob says they like to keep their guys. They do.
Yeah.
But also they realize it's a system and it's a business. And if you go get a guy that can maybe help your team for 4 years in a cheap way, as opposed to a guy that's going to help your team for maybe a year and then demand a bunch of money and then never help your team whatsoever, I think you do the move.
Yeah, it's a brilliant point, Dusty. It's hard to really poke any holes into that and say, well, I disagree with this, and I'm not going to do that because I don't disagree with anything you say. The only thing that concerns me is I know how the Yankees operate, and I always get scared off when they start hyping up a prospect or when they start trying to say this guy's available to be traded because their track record is once they trade those guys, it amounts to nothing here in Kansas City. But great point with Bubic being a free agent, you're probably not going to get much in return for Chris Bubic because he's not on a long-term deal. And so if you're looking to make a move and to get rid of somebody, yeah, he probably is the guy that you want to trade, but I think you can get more than Jason Dominguez back in return. Again, if this is a year ago, well, maybe we're having a different conversation, but it's not. It's now, and I know that Jason Dominguez struggled just like Cags did, and I wouldn't trade Chris Bubic for Cags at this point in time because he hasn't proven it yet at the big league level.
So Cags has control, and he was a 6th overall pick.
No, but it's
that's what I'm saying to people out there. They're like, oh, I trade like. Stop. 6th overall pick. You don't give up on those after 210 at-bats.
No. I'm just using that as an example. Like Jason Dominguez is kind of their Cags right now.
Gotcha.
They're trying to give up on him. And I know, but I don't like when the Yankees give up on guys because that means they stink. And so I can't trade Chris Bubic for just Jason Dominguez. There has to be something else part of that trade, in my opinion anyway, to make that trade work. And this just goes to show you how difficult it is for these executives in sports to make these kind of trades and to make these moves because you and I just talk for 10 minutes and I'm like, damn, Dusty's right. Maybe we don't. And you create this doubt inside your body and your mind. And that's why you have to be convicted. If you feel like you got to make this move, you've got to be convicted and you can't worry about what the outside noise says. Too many people in baseball do, though.
Yeah, because the worst thing the Royals ever had was they just didn't trade the guys that they weren't going to sign. Then they didn't.
Right.
Then they didn't trade them. They didn't sign them. And then it's just like they walk. And, I'd rather have a guy like a chance with a powerful bat from an organization that took a chance on him than having a guy go out there and, pitch good and then be like, oh, we're not going to pay Bubic $120 million.
Yeah, and then he's gone and you get nothing but a compensatory pick.
And then the Yankees get him no matter what.
Right.
So either way you want to look at it, I do like the move to move Bubic, though. So let's get to Mac Daddy.
One word.
First name is blank, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor.
You get one word.
On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
1, 2, 3.
Oatmeal raisin.
Mac, I want to jump in and start on one word today for you, all right?
Yeah.
I just retweeted the video. One word on Snoop Dogg walking through the streets of Milan with the Olympic torch.
Yes. Yes. Treasure. Amazing. Legend.
I love it. It's so fun. This is what sports
Yes.
is about. The intersection of the game and pop culture and all this kind of stuff. The Olympics. I told you, I'm more excited for the start of the Olympics in the 2 weeks than I am for the Super Bowl game.
Opening ceremony Friday.
Yeah, I love the bobsled, the luge, hockey,
think
the
it's
figure
awesome.
skating. Everything in the
So
Winter Olympics
fun.
is so fun, and I can't wait for them to get started. So Snoop Dogg is leading the parade through Milan with the
He should
Olympic
crip
torch.
walk the whole way.
He is, for the most part, yeah.
We have a blunt.
He does not. Nah.
Not on him. His guy that he pays $60K a year to roll him is following
What
him,
a
I'm
job.
sure.
One word. Yes.
Yes, please.
Do you get carpal tunnel?
Doesn't matter.
True. That's true.
My hands aren't in the mouths. I'm not an orthopedic surgeon, or an orthodontist.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Those people end their careers fast. Dental hygienists and dentists and orthodontists, because they're, with their hands all the time. By the time they hit 50, it's like, arthritis, QC kinetics.
Check those hands, Stamos.
QC, baby. All right, we got good stuff here. Marcus Spears, yesterday, he did not like the Matt Nagy hire over in New York. He gave some reasons. I know in Kansas City, this will be, you'll either vehemently agree or disagree. Let's decide.
Marcus, do you like this hire for Jackson Dart in the Giants?
Mitch Trubisky, 38 starts, 56 QBR. Justin Fields, 10 starts, 31 QBR. Nick Foles, 8 starts, 38 QBR. Andy Dalton, 6 starts, 39 QBR. That's been Matt Nagy's quarterbacks while he's been calling plays. No, I'm not confident. Okay, and I get what I get it. He's been around. He's been in Kansas City behind Andy Reid. Hopefully he brings some of that and the ability to play at a high level. He's dealing with a young quarterback. The Mitch Trubisky and the Justin Fields didn't work out. So look, this league is about results. Sure. This league is, you get judged on how do you develop guys. His development of young quarterbacks have been awful.
Look at the names he rolled out there. It's misguided is what that is. That's low-hanging fruit. Everybody's going to take shots at Matt, and that's fine. They're all losers. Matt is a great human being. He's an awesome coach. He took Mitch Trubisky to the playoffs 2 out of the 3 years he had him as the starting quarterback. I don't want to hear about – look at the names that you just gave. Tell me a coach that's had success with any of those quarterbacks. Justin Fields is a franchise killer. Mitchell Trubisky is a backup quarterback. Who was the other names that he set up? Andy Dalton has played for every team and is 100 years old. I mean, you're linking Matt with those guys? That is just misguided, low-hanging fruit type stuff by Marcus Spears, who I really like and I think is awesome on TV. That piece right there, misguided is my one word.
I think he's fair to say he's not. What do you say? He doesn't trust it, or he doesn't.
I mean,
he's got questions about it.
Yeah, I think he's probably. I think
which
he's
I think
out.
is fair. This is now one of the better backs that Matt Nagy will actually have a say on. John Harbaugh is going to put more emphasis on his offensive coordinator than Andy Reid ever has or ever will. So this is like, all right, dude, this is Jackson Dart. This is who New York is saying is going to be this guy. This is one of the main reasons why John Harbaugh took this job. Now we need to see it. So now you have a slate, right? Like I think Jackson Dart, we look at all those names, maybe not Andy Dalton because Andy Dalton's longevity, but you look at Jackson Dart, you look at Fields and Trubisky, and we forget that he took Trubisky, I think, to the playoffs.
2 out of the 3 years he had him as the quarterback, he went to the playoffs with the guy.
I mean,
he's a double doink away from winning a playoff game.
I don't really know what Matt Nagy did here. I know offensive numbers were down, and maybe he's the scapegoat for that. But this is now going to be the best quarterback he's ever had. So, we'll see. And if it doesn't work, then
other than Mahomes,
what I'm saying is control of.
This is his first real opportunity too.
He'll actually call plays in New York.
Yeah, as the head coach, you got other things going on. You're not the offensive. This is his first real opportunity to actually run an offense. Where he's just focused on that.
He's linked to Trubisky because he picked Trubisky.
He did.
No, he didn't.
No, he came the year after.
Yeah,
he came the year after.
Yeah, because he had the first year with Mahomes here.
So Nagy was here.
Nobody.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Let's keep going with Coach Todd Monken. Feisty in his opening presser for the Cleveland Browns.
That's the thing that people think. He chose Trubisky over Mahomes, and they warped history because that's just perception.
It's like people think Veach drafted Mahomes.
Yeah. Talks Myles Garrett and Jim Schwartz. This is Todd Monken, opening presser for the Cleveland Browns.
And I said this to the other guys. I didn't think I'd say it, but I'm going to say it.
This guy smokes.
When I was preparing for the Cleveland Browns, I wasn't trying to chip Jim Schwartz. I was chipping Myles Garrett.
One word.
Perfect. He's basically telling you this is a player's game. I got Myles Garrett. I don't need Jim Schwartz. on staff. I mean, it's ugly in Cleveland with that Jim Schwartz thing.
It is.
And Todd
Bad
Monken
blood.
didn't mince word. He also said, I didn't take this job because of Jim Schwartz.
Yeah.
I took it because of the players that are on defense.
And Jim Schwartz has also kind of just always had this rap. Like when he was in Detroit, he had that. When he was a head coach, he had that. He still has that. Like, if the narrative is always true, then it's probably true and honest. If it's mixed and confused, then you're up to your own self. But I've never really heard anybody out there be like, man, Jim Schwartz, what a guy.
Right.
This guy, I'd go through a wall for Jim Schwartz. And then he didn't get his way and just pouted. Look, I didn't get promotions. I didn't walk around the building being like, ugh. You know? Jim Schwartz just kind of seems like a bad.
Like, you got to get rid of him. He needs to go.
Also, you know who the number 1 pick was ahead of Mitch Trubisky in that draft?
Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett, yeah.
That draft is nuts, by the way.
Draft was awesome.
Leonard Fournette, Christian McCaffrey, Patrick Mahomes, Deshaun Watson, Myles Garrett, like crazy. Marshawn Lattimore.
Yeah.
I mean, you just could go Mahomes and Garrett, and you don't need to name anybody else, and that may be the best top 10 of all time. Seriously, Mahomes and Garrett?
83 would have a conversation.
I was going to say 83, yeah.
Of their top 10?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said you just named 2 players instead. I mean,
Go through the
Marino
top 10
and-
in 1983. See who's in the top 10.
We'll do it after this. Mike Vrabel sticking with coaches. This is awesome, talking with Will Compton and Taylor Lewan about
men's wieners.
Here we go.
How many times have you been asked this week about that?
Just a
clip?
couple. I mean, somebody asked me in Boston.
Yeah? What was your answer to them?
I mean, I'd probably cut it in half.
Okay.
Leave her 6.
Such a bro, dude. Such a bro response.
My one word is greatest because I do a lot of hyperbole. That is the greatest thing I've ever heard an NFL coach say.
Yeah, I mean, Vrabel's making it very, very hard for me not to like New England.
I know, that's the problem.
And that's the one thing I take away is like Belichick and Brady made it easy to hate him. Mike Vrabel makes it hard to hate him because he's a bro, man. Like that sounds like a coach in high school.
Yeah.
Or that just sounds like the guy that's always at the Elks Lodge that like always has the one-liner. And I'd leave her 6.
No, it's so good. No, he has found the perfect happy medium of being the curmudgeon that was Bill Belichick and also being a bro and relating. 2 more here real quick in a minute that we've got. One word on Lindsey Vonn. 41-year-old gold medalist for the U.S. downhill skier, tore her ACL and is still planning to go ahead and compete in the Olympics. One word.
Athlete, because that's something that only athletes can do, man. They're special. They're special human beings. And so I'm excited to watch her, too. You know, she may not do great with that ACL, but by God, she's up there doing it, and it's going to be a great story.
Yeah, I mean, my one word is just tenacious. I mean, she's crazy, man. Like, that's just...
I completely ruptured my ACL. I also have bone bruising, which is a common injury when you tear your ACL, plus meniscal damage, which we're not sure if that was pre-existing or from the crash. But we have been doing extensive therapy, been consulting with doctors, been in the gym, and today I went skiing. And considering how my knee feels, it feels stable, I feel strong. My knee is not swollen, and with the help of a knee brace, I am confident that I can compete on Sunday.
Tenacious.
That's crazy.
I mean, all that
Incredible.
laundry list of injuries, and she's going to go out there and wrap herself in the flag and do it for a man.
Love
US,
her.
baby.
Yeah,
Let's
go,
go.
Lindsay. 83 does win over 2017. 83 in the top 9 had 4 Hall of Famers.
Isn't that LT?
No.
No, he was 88.
He was 81.
81.
80 or 81. John Elway, Eric Dickerson. Now, Elway was drafted by Baltimore. He didn't play there, obviously. Dickerson, Kurt Warner, Chris Hinton, Billy Ray Smith, Jim Covert. Todd Blackledge at 7, everybody.
Yeah. Penn State.
The Eagles took somebody named Michael Haddix, a running back. Bruce Matthews at 9.
Never heard of him.
So you had 4 Hall of Famers in the top 9. I'm looking at the 2017 draft. You've got, obviously, Myles Garrett and Christian McCaffrey and Patrick Mahomes. That's 3 in the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
Why was John Ross picked number 9 that year?
Speed.
Yep.
What the hell was Cincinnati thinking at
Speed.
number 9?
Tyreek Hill was emerging, and people wanted that speed.
Yep.
Corey Davis was picked 5th by Ted. I don't even know who that is.
Corey. Yeah, he was fine.
And then the safety was picked by
Jamal Adams was by the Jets at 6.
And then McCaffrey at 7?
8.
Okay.
Mike Williams was number 7, the wide receiver. Is he a Hall of Famer?
No.
Probably not.
No.
Absolutely
No.
He's not even a famer.
No.
Coming up, I don't know if we believe this man. I don't. Maybe you do. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
This is Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Guys, the big game is coming up on Sunday. It is the biggest football game of the year, and you know where you want to be. That's on the Underdog app. And if you're not on Underdog yet, you know what? You're actually in luck because new customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And you can play right now in Missouri. And playing on Underdog, guys, is so simple. I love playing on the Underdog app. I love mixing and matching sports into one selection, but this week it's all about the big game. So head on over to the app and make entries on if a player will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns and rushing yards, receptions, and more. If you get them right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. Plus, on the Underdog app, there's new promos dropping daily, so you need to get on there and check them out every single day. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today. Use promo code BOB to score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on fantasy with promo code BOB. Underdog. Make plays, win money. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Guys, ladies, you made your New Year's resolution to get back in shape. What happens next? You want to see those results over at Synergen X and Low T Center. And for a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. So say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and find out what Synergen X and Low T Center can do to change your life. If you've been suffering from the symptoms of low testosterone, such as constant tiredness, lack of focus, or just feeling off, Synergen X and Low T Center can help you meet with a real provider, not a chat bot on a website, and get real pricing. Not a surprise when the bill comes from a website. So get your real results because Synergen X and Low T Center can provide those for you. Everyone I know goes to Synergen X and Low T Center to change their lives, and you can do the same. Walk in or book an appointment at GetMyHealthFix.com. That's GetMyHealthFix.com, and you'll be happy that you've finally taken the steps to begin changing your life.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. And let me tell you, I love numbers. 1040s, 1099s, W-2s, all of them. With TaxSlayer, anyone can file a federal return for just $22.99. You'll get 100% accuracy and your biggest possible refund guaranteed. Now those are great numbers. Need help along the way? We've got US-based real human support. File by February 8th for just $22.99 and get the refund you deserve. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
East side, 435 southbound gets heavy past Front Street, stays pretty slow down to Truman. Kansas side, 35 northbound before 75th Street with an accident. Delays from about 87th, a little before that, and building quickly. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
It always makes you want to do like a Seinfeld. You ever realize that sports ages are very much different than real life ages? I mean, a quarterback's considered a grandpa at 30. I'm just getting started in life. Somebody asked a question about Lindsey Vonn. Like, is she really just gearing up for this because this might be it? 100%. Like, she's 41, and for some reason, like, that's ancient in the Olympics, right? Because it's every 4 years. So, like, next time she's able to do it, she'd be 45.
That's old.
You look at soccer the same way. Like, Messi's what, 39, 40?
Yeah, he's got to be
like,
right there.
How the hell is he going to play in the World Cup? I don't even know if that's decided yet. Has he said he's playing for Team Argentina?
I think he
Because the hell Kansas City's selling it like he is.
Why wouldn't he?
He won it. He's dramatic. He's made his money. He's 40. I mean, I don't know. Is he 40? Am I being unkind?
I think he's 38.
Okay. So he's the same age. So yeah, if he's 40, I'm 40. So he's 38.
Yeah. 38, yeah, 39 in June, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
I
39 when the World Cup starts.
So why wouldn't you play one last go-round?
Because, again, like, they won it the last time. Remember, because the Salt Bay was out there
Oh,
and they had to
that's
ban him
right.
from the World Cup.
Yeah, that guy.
He went out there and took the Argentinian cup and, like, started kissing it and, like, trying to hug Messi. And, like, dude,
That
you
guy
are
had
banned
10
for
minutes
life.
of fame, didn't he?
He has not confirmed his participation,
Yes.
but it is assumed that he's expected to perform in his
Because
last
he's dramatic.
tournament.
Yeah,
He's
of
a
course.
dramatic athlete.
Okay.
That's fine when you're the best soccer player that ever faced this earth. Some people be like, what about Pele? I don't know. I just watched Messi play, and I just feel like he's the best I've ever
Look,
seen.
I've always said athletes today are better than any athletes in the past. It's just because of nature. I mean, we're lifting more. We're doing things that we didn't do. It's a full-time job as opposed to being a part-time job when, you're doing your other thing.
And also, believe it or not, because we're talking about something we believe or not coming up here shortly, but Rob Brinton and Scott Parks are going to work together. They're going to do a World Cup podcast.
Yeah, they got it going. Yeah, they've already started recording.
Those are they are the two biggest soccer nuts in this building and the biggest event, maybe one of the biggest events in the world, and the biggest event that will come to Kansas City in the next
ever.
Yeah.
Literally.
And those two guys are going to talk about it. So, like,
That's
Rob Brinton,
awesome.
Scott Parks, completely different personalities, but one goal, no pun, World Cup action. So
Scott's been talking to me about soccer since the mid-'90s. So, I mean, like, he's one of those guys that's, like, dialed
I love
in.
Team Germany in
Yeah.
shorts and flip-flops.
Yeah.
Got to be below 35 or I wear pants.
32. I asked him
32.
the other day because he
Yeah.
was in shorts the other day, and I'm like, what are we doing?
And, well, there's always shorts guy. To each their own, whatever.
Tomorrow I might be shorts guy.
You might be shorts
Legs
guy
are
for the next week.
way too white to wear the shorts right now.
I mean, dude, I could have an entire suntan for a week, and my legs are still going to be the same.
Yeah, but
color
no.
as Elmer's glue.
These are opaque. Like you can see through them. They look like tracing paper from
They're
back
transparent.
in the day. Yeah.
Yeah, wait till the first shorts day on the golf course when I go out there. And
You
people
get blind by people's
blinding
legs.
me. You get the same joke every time. 4! I haven't even shot yet. Tell me about your legs, geek. Thanks, Randy. You believe Tom Brady? Because I don't.
No.
Tom Brady says, I do not have a dog in the fight. I am not rooting for New England nor Seattle because I really just want to see the best team win. Give me a break.
He is rooting for Seattle like it's nobody's business. He doesn't want to share that spotlight up in New England because, as we talked about earlier, you know what it's going to be like on Monday morning if Drake May wins this thing. When will he catch Tom? Will he catch Tom? Can he unseat Tom? And all of a sudden, Tom's legacy starts getting put in that rearview mirror a little bit. So human nature would tell you that Tom Brady is rooting for the Seattle Seahawks. Plus, his coach isn't there anymore. There's no ties other than Bob Kraft, obviously.
There's a statue right outside the stadium.
And McDaniels, but he should be rooting for Seattle. That's who I would be rooting for. And he should say it. He goes, look, I created a legacy there. I'm not dead yet. I don't want my legacy taken away. There's nothing wrong with that.
So you would want Mahomes to root for the other team if the Chiefs were in the Super Bowl and he wasn't playing anymore?
If he was going to win, like if he had the legacy that Tom Brady does, I would expect him. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would expect him to root for the other team because that's my team. Also, too, New England kicked him to the curb,
Yeah, it depends on how it ends,
yeah,
right?
yeah, that's a fair point. We don't know how it's going to end
They
here
kicked him
yet.
to the curb until they built him a statue, and then he came out and gave a speech and trashed the Jets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He bleeds New England.
Yeah, but
he's a liar.
But
he's rooting for New England.
I don't think he is. I think deep
He
down
is.
inside, he's one of those competitive guys that doesn't want to see his legacy taken away, man. Like, before you know it, he's going to be the Joe Montana, where people are like, oh, yeah, that's right, Joe Montana did all that. And then they're going to have to release a documentary on Tom Brady to remind us how good he was. And so I just feel like the petty side of Bob would be 100% rooting for Seattle. I want to still be the guy up there in New England. I don't want them talking about another quarterback taking my place when my body isn't even cold yet.
Yeah, I just don't believe it. Because I think if he is this egotistical person that you say he is, he has the mindset that no one's going to catch me. Mahomes is not going to catch me. The hell Drake May's going to catch me. So I don't think that's there. I think what he's doing, which is being a broadcaster and a operations manager in Vegas, right? Player personnel, insight, all that sort of stuff. I think what he's doing is this is a case of the try hard. Because one thing Tom Brady has done is shown us that he has gotten better at being a broadcaster.
Yeah, he's
And one thing that a lot of people hate, they hate it in radio as well, is homerisms or bias. And Tom Brady doesn't want that to carry over. Aikman says the hell with it because they put him on Fox. Dallas plays on Fox. He's like, hey, man, it is what it is. Like, I played for one team in the NFL. I won 3 Super Bowls for the NFL.
Yeah.
I bleed Dallas. I am Dallas. And everybody just accepts it. Whereas, like, Tom Brady, I think, is just trying to play the way out of I'm rooting for New England because, hell, he threw 6 touchdowns to the guy that's coaching the damn team in the Super Bowl. Like, that's your guy.
Yeah.
That's Mikey V. You mean to tell me that you're not rooting for your friend? Bull crap. Tom Brady's rooting for the Patriots. He just doesn't want to seem like a biased broadcaster to make everyone think now when he does broadcasting, he's just a Patriots homer. Lean into it, Tom.
I think if he was rooting for New England, it would have been an easy answer for him where he would have just said, come on, why do you know where I'm going? I'm rooting for New England in this. Like, that's why I don't think he's rooting for New England because it is such an easy answer if you're a normal human being.
Well, then explain why. Be like, I'm rooting for New England because Mike Vrabel's my guy. I love Mike. I want to see him get a championship.
I have no problem with that, but I don't think he is because that's you should have just said, yeah, I'm rooting for the Patriots. It's my team. I played there all these years. That's an easy answer to give than to say, I'm rooting for Seattle, or I don't have a dog in the fight, because nobody believes you don't have a dog in the fight. And now for me to hear that you don't have a dog in the fight makes me think you want Seattle to win. That was my deductive reasoning with all of that.
Roy Williams coached Kansas for years.
Yep.
Kansas beat North Carolina in the Final Four. The next day, Roy Williams bought a Jayhawk sticker and put it over his Carolina sweater. Shut up,
It was
Tom.
so sweet.
You're rooting for New England.
Then say it. There's nothing wrong with him
That's
coming
all I'm
out.
asking. That's why I said I don't believe him.
But see, that's why I don't believe that he is rooting for New England, because if he was, it's an easy out. It's, go Patriots.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I get both sides here. 98.5 Sports Hub over in Boston shed some light on his relationship with the city. We'll see if it turns our heads.
He just does not give a crap about Boston or Patriots fans or the Patriots. He doesn't. And we've had a few of those. Like, I've always sort of equated him to Larry Bird. How often did he ever come back? No, rarely. So Brady's like Bird in this. He does not give a crap about Boston, the Patriots, or any of you. He just doesn't. He left no mark when he was here, hardly. He's left no mark since he left.
He's lived in New York when he was playing in Boston. Don't forget about that. If they're saying that locally, I can't argue with them. I'm not there. I don't know what's going on.
Because I would have said what you were saying, Dusty, and I came across this just because things are listening, and I came across this as we were discussing it, and I was like, it's an interesting perspective. It makes you think, right?
Yeah. That's coming directly from Boston. I'm not going to sit here and argue. They know what's going on. They know what Tom Brady's doing. They know how active he is in the community and all of that kind of stuff. And again, the guy lived in New York City when he was playing for Boston. People forget that. And when I heard that, I'm like, wow, that's the impression now of Tom Brady in New England.
Yeah, doesn't care about you.
Wow, that's great. Not that he has to care about you or anything. It's not his job to care about you.
They mentioned Bird as an example. Everyone loves Larry Bird in Boston. They just know that he doesn't really go back there.
Yeah, you never see him back there at all.
He doesn't do that.
He's also from Indiana.
Yep.
Like he's
Coached
a
the Pacers.
small-town kid.
Yep.
He's the hick from Kinnick.
Yeah,
Like Tom Brady lived in San Francisco his whole life. Probably hates the cold. So he moved away from New England after his career's over. Went to Tampa Bay, played football, won a Super Bowl. I just don't believe it. I call cap.
Yeah, see, I'm not. I mean, why would those guys say that about Boston? Like, they're Boston. Why would they sit there and say Tom Brady doesn't care about us? That's something like we would say and not have a clue. But they're dying the wolf. They're there every day. They know what goes on. So, yeah, I don't think Tom's rooting for New England at all.
Let's see. You think Collinsworth mentions Mahomes' name in the Super Bowl?
I think the name Patrick Mahomes gets mentioned in the open after he slides in. Well, we have no Mahomes and no Lamar and no Joe Burrow. I think that's how they start the broadcast.
Yeah, probably.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I'd like it to be the other way, and so Mahomes can use it as motivation. But yeah, it'd be weird if you didn't mention the guy who was in 5 of the last 6 Super Bowls. Yes, you should probably mention him.
There's only a 66% chance that he mentions Patrick Mahomes. I think that's a lock that he's going to mention. I think you have to mention Patrick Mahomes in this game.
Like you had mentioned, I don't need to reiterate your take, but it's definitely that way. Where it's like, I tell you, Mike, you look at this game, you got to stop it. You got Sam Darnold, Drake May. Right. It's not Matthew Stafford. It's not Patrick Mahomes. Let's have us a game.
Yeah, done. That's exactly what he's doing. That open is going to have. If that open doesn't have Patrick Mahomes in it from Collinsworth, I'll be stunned.
Let's have a debate on the other side who this game means more to, the quarterback-wise. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Fescoe and Dusty.
Terry Hardy's is closed.
Well, that's dog.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Park and Go do such an unbelievable job. It's not many times where friends come back from a vacation and they call you and they want to talk about their parking experience at Park and Go, but that happens a lot with me. Folks use Park and Go and they rave about it because it's epically awesome. They have all covered parking, so you never have to worry about your car being out in the elements and getting damaged, whether it's in the summer or the winter. Every spot is covered at Park and Go. And you make your reservation like I do. As soon as you make that flight reservation, you make your parking reservation at bookparkandgo.com. Then you're done. Then you're ready to go. Day of your flight, show up, give them your reservation, and they direct you to the covered spot they reserve for you. And in seconds, the van is there to take you right to the airport terminal. You're never waiting or hoping somebody gets there to take you to the terminal. They're there in no time at all. And then when you get back, this is the best part for me. You're tired after that trip. You just want to get home. Grab your bags, walk outside, jump on the bus that's waiting for you, and it's right back to the trunk of your car. So join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
And Doug.
Oh, what a horrible call. Hey, ref, open your eyes.
Ref, you're really not going to call that? Come on.
Hey, ref, why don't you customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and save money?
I don't think you get what we're doing.
Sure I do. We're all just giving him advice. You guys on sports, me on saving money.
Nope, that's not it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at Heartland Men's Health, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. Which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at Heartland Men's Health. Your initial visit is only $99. It includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices, Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
Midwest winters take a real toll on your garage door if it isn't ready. Let Overhead Door Company of Kansas City come out and perform their 14-point tune-up on the garage door and 12-point tune-up on the opener. One price covers 3 garage doors and openers. The work is guaranteed. Overhead Door Company of Kansas City, trusted here since 1927. Call now to schedule your garage door tune-up, 816-221-0072, or schedule online at ohdkc.com. ohdkc.com.
Brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything. The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally nationwide on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade $100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Kansas side, 35 northbound, heavy with an accident before 75th Street. Left lane blocked. Delays to 95th Street and building. 635 southbound, solid from Gibbs to 35. East side, 435 southbound, heavy at Front Street. Off again, on again, slowdowns to Truman. Allen Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
The Chiefs offseason show with Bob, Dusty, Cody, Alex, and CDOT is Tuesday, February 10th, starting at 9 a.m. right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC, FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
8 o'clock on a Wednesday. Shout out to all of you. Shout out to Barrett Sports Media, by the way. They had us in the top 10 in midday, mid-market.
Oh,
morning,
we did?
Morning, mid-market mornings. We were number 10.
Nice.
So, shout out to Jason Barrett.
Room for improvement.
Correct. 9. 9 spots. Who would you believe in more next year? Serious question.
Oh, okay. Love it.
Would you believe more?
You don't even know what the question is yet.
I already like the start of it.
Yeah.
Who would I believe in more?
Yeah. J.J. McCarthy. Would you believe more in him or Mendoza?
Mendoza.
That's a problem in Minnesota then.
Yes, I'll take the unknown.
Because nobody wants Mendoza, but people might have more belief in Mendoza than they would in 9.
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with the 9. No, none of that. Now, give me right now. And then the on-the-field performance has been bad, let alone, a quarter and a half?
So then, if you're Minnesota, do you trade with Vegas for the number 1 overall pick?
Depends on what it would take. No, I wouldn't, because I don't think Mendoza's worth that.
No, I don't think there's anything worth trading for this year at the number 1 overall pick. I think they're in the same spot the Chiefs were in 2013. You got nothing. You really don't. There's nobody screaming that should be the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough place. I mean, honestly.
Which is why that GM in Minnesota got fired.
Yeah.
Because he's watching the guy that he didn't pay play in the biggest game of the year.
Right.
And then his number 1 asset in Double J, who I still believe is the best wide receiver. I would listen to the conversation. I told my buddy this yesterday. I would listen to the conversation if you just say JSN. Because then I would just, you know how people will get in mad arguments with the Chiefs. Like Gold would be like, yeah, I don't know, 3 Super Bowls. Like, okay, well, then the conversation's over. Because like with JSN and Justin Jefferson, I would say, okay, tell me you're not in the prisoner of the moment with JSN.
Yep. Recency bias.
Right. But I mean, you could have the conversation.
Jason's
but
awesome.
I think Jetta's still far and away. Ain't nobody touching that guy in the NFL for at least the next 2 years. But again, like we heard Jefferson's comments. Bob talked about him earlier, where he's like, "Man, like I'm rooting for Sam, but it sucks that he could have been my quarterback, and he's not." And they went with McCarthy. They fired their GM, and now they've got to restart. And you're wasting talent in Justin Jefferson.
That whole team is so good too. Like,
yeah, Addison's got to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, but like they've got good running backs. They've got a great defense. They've got a great coaching staff.
I don't want either of those guys.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust my franchise with either of those guys at this point in time.
Well, then maybe they should go get Mac Jones.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
I don't hate that either.
Sam Darnold light.
Yeah.
Go get Mac Jones and go spend money on an offseason running back.
You know, I just think they've got major issues right there, guys, at that quarterback position.
I can't think of who they're running back.
Aaron Jones and then
yeah, they need a running back.
Their second guy has been better though. He actually came up and was better. I can't remember his name right now.
Well, the other guy in the division's been good, better, best. Johnson. Do you think this game is bigger for Sam Darnold, Drake May?
Well,
did I convince you otherwise?
I think
Jordan Mason.
Yeah, Mason.
I think it's big for both in different ways, but I think I feel like this is the only time Sam Darnold's getting here. Okay, and because of that, I feel like this is his opportunity. If he doesn't win it, he won't get back. I have a feeling that Drake May is going to be around the conversation of the Super Bowl every year for the next 20 years, okay? Because that's just who he is. That's where New England is right now. They've got some really good things going on up there in New England with the quarterback, with the coach. It's a great combination. They're feeling themselves. Like, that feels good. I don't know if Sam Darnold ever gets back to the Super Bowl. So when you look at who it's more important for, It's more important for Sam Darnold because I don't believe he's going to get back. But it's also vital for Drake May as well, because if he wins this Super Bowl, he will have the comparisons to Tom Brady and will be compared to Tom Brady ad nauseum. And if he loses the Super Bowl, he will be compared to Tom Brady ad nauseum. Well, Tom, he didn't lose his first Super Bowl until his 10th appearance, or whatever the case, whatever it was with Drake May or with Tom Brady. So I think it's more important for Sam Darnold because I don't believe Sam Darnold's getting back to the Super Bowl and will have this kind of success again. I could be wrong.
I think the reason why I say Sam Darnold, because I think if you were to buy and sell stock right now, you would still buy in Drake May, but I think right now you would sell Sam Darnold stock knowing that you think that they're going to win. Like if you were to tell me that the Patriots win and Seahawks win, I would still sell my stock in Sam Darnold and the Seahawks, where I would not sell my stock in Drake May, because I would be like, I think there's a chance they could get better. I think he could win MVP. He may not win it this year, but he could win an MVP. That adds to it. I don't think Sam Darnold's ever going to win an MVP. I don't know if Sam Darnold ever gets back to the Super Bowl. So what am I doing? Sell. Selling high as I possibly can on Sam Darnold, feeling, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe Sam Darnold just MFs us all the rest of his career, and he goes to 3 more Super Bowls, and he wins 2 more, and he has more than Rodgers and Breeze and all these guys. You're like, Sam effing Darnold's got 2 Super Bowls, and he went to 3? Cool. But you know what? I'm still selling Sam Darnold now, and I think the game is bigger for him because look, 28, 24, you can have your arguments, 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. But again, I believe in the system that Vrabel and the Patriots have, plus in their division. I look at Sam Darnold's division. I look at the team. And I look at where they're at. Too. They're in that direction of man, it's a toss-up every year in the NFC West, right? Whereas if the AFC East is faltering, Jets are bad, Dolphins are rebranding, Bills, Brandon Beane is still in control, so I don't know if I trust that.
And I don't know about their coach either.
And then you got everybody all in on Vrabel and Drake May. Plus, they went out and made all those acquisitions last year. They're young, everything there fits. Whereas Seattle, we don't know if Kenny Walker's coming back. We don't know if JSN gets better or if he just
doesn't need to.
Exactly, or if he drops off. But I think
when does he start holding out for more money too?
If he wins the damn Super Bowl and he wins Super Bowl MVP, I'm not playing another down until I'm paid.
Yeah.
And that's a possibility. I think he has the 3rd best odds. I think it's
for MVP.
I think it's May, Darnold, and then it's Darnold, May, and then JSN.
I would assume.
But that's where I'm at. I'm looking at this as stock. And I think it's more important for Darnold to win that stock because I'm selling no matter what after the Super Bowl.
Gotcha.
And if he does that, it makes the stock higher, and people will gravitate towards it because, he's done it, the pressure's off. Or he's done it, and now he doesn't have to do anything else the rest of his career. Whereas Drake May, I do believe, will have more chances to get there. I don't know if Sam Darnold does.
The pressure is going to be immense on Drake May. Win or lose, he's going to have so much pressure on him next season from his fans, from the media, from everybody. Sam Darnold's not going to have that pressure on him. I think Sam Darnold's one of those guys, he wins and everybody goes, good, Sam Darnold got a Super Bowl. And we may not see Seattle back next year.
Seattle's for sale.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, right? The team is for sale. They're going to be sold
Good time
after
to sell.
Great time to sell, right? And so you don't know if Sam Darnold's going to be back next year because of everything that Dusty just said, the division-wise. I mean, LA's really good. San Francisco's really good.
Yeah, that's an off-season topic, but I think that division is going down quickly.
Okay, we'll see.
Yeah, we can talk about it. But San Francisco, every impact player is over the age of 30. LA Rams need a quarterback. We'll see. One more year. They got one more year.
Got one more year,
3 or 4 years down the line, this division is not what we're looking at, and the Cardinals are hot ass.
But Sam Darnold isn't a young pup though either.
No.
He's 30 years old now
28.
or whatever. Yeah, so he's getting up there in age. Drake May's the young guy. There's pressure for different reasons. There's pressure on Drake May, obviously, to help them rid themselves of the Tom Brady years. And then there's pressure on Sam Darnold because he's Joe Flacco. You may never get back there again.
Yeah, I think are we doing the Drake May's young so he has more chances thing a little bit?
No, I'm doing Drake May because I really like him. I think he's a good quarterback, and I love his effing head coach.
Yep, I get it. I'm with you.
I love the quarterback-coach pairing in New England so much.
No, I will say Vrabel's now done this twice. He's been the AFC Championship game and a Super Bowl, whereas McDonald is kind of like, dude, you're having a great year, but fool me once.
It's only 2nd season as head coach.
It's true,
and that's why.
But still, though, Dusty's right. I mean, Vrabel has now taken 2 organizations to the pinnacle that were no good when he took over,
Yeah. No doubt.
AFC Championship game, Titans, and Super Bowl.
And Super Bowl with the New England.
Yeah.
You turn around a 3-14 team. Like, I know I don't have to sell Vrabel to you. I love Mike Vrabel, and I've loved Mike Vrabel as a head coach since 2010. I knew he would be good, and he's showing it right now. He's awesome.
Yeah, I think what you said about our minds are made up with Sam is kind of why I'm in it for May. I think this just will define his career because, first of all, I don't think Drake May is going to be back in the Super Bowl in the next couple of seasons. If he is back, I think it's going to take some time. Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, all those guys are going to be back, and they're going to be stronger and they're better than Drake May right now. Another part of this is, you mentioned it, Tom Brady, him, they're going to be compared if they win. If they lose, we're going to poke out all the massive gaping holes in this season, like their schedule, like the opponents, and like his play in the playoffs. I think that's all going to become the storyline if they lose. And like your friend thinks, maybe by 10 points, it'll be the lead storyline.
100%. Yeah, I think Seattle, I think they're comfortably going to win. Sterling was asking me, he goes, who's winning the Super Bowl? I said, Seattle by 10. Ooh. He goes, okay, I'll put $1 on it.
Look, my friend Jim asked me a question yesterday. He said, who you rooting for in the Super Bowl? Jim's like 75 years old, skier, all this kind of stuff, loves sports.
Lucky.
And he
ever
said,
skied with torn ACL?
I'm sure he has. Yeah, I'm sure Jim is.
Actually, his name is Jim Vaughn.
Yeah. And we're having lunch yesterday at Coach's over there, College and Metcalf. Great spot. Shout out Coach's. And he looks at me, he goes, who you rooting for in the Super Bowl? I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, I don't want New England to win because of the Chiefs connection, and I don't care about Seattle at all. Like, I just hope it's a good game.
Can I sell you on how to win? Drew Lock.
Hey, yeah.
Backup quarterback in Seattle, lost his father this year, had a child. Special moment.
Oh, I didn't know he had a child as well.
Went to Mizzou. Yeah, he's got a little baby.
Oh, cool.
Good for him. Congratulations, Drew Lock.
Make Daddy proud up in the kingdom, Drew. And make Lee Summit proud. Home of Super Bowl champion, Drew Lock.
Will they put up a sign?
Yeah, it's going to say home of Super Bowl champion, Drew Lock, and top 10 middays, mid-market, Dusty Light. Come on, I want to ask a question about Justin Jefferson, the text line brought up. So we'll get to that here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
This is Voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at State Water Heaters got it figured out, right? You're tired of getting in that shower, dads, because we're always the last ones with no hot waters left. At least in my house, that's the way it is. I got my daughters, I got my wife, and then it's time for dad to take a shower, and it's like, it's freezing in here. Well, if you don't want to run out of hot water ever again, then you need to call my friends over at State Water Heaters, because they're going to help you upgrade or replace your hot water heater with State Water Heaters. They have a new high-efficiency Adapt gas tankless water heater with X3 scale prevention technology from State. It can provide plenty of hot water as well as great energy savings for your family. Our Adapt models with X3 provide years of trouble-free hot water without the worry of annual maintenance that's required from other tankless models. And these water heaters may also qualify for rebates from your local utility company. So don't miss the chance to put real money back into your pocket. Act now and tell your plumber to visit their local Reeves Weideman store, either in person or at rwco.com. Or just check them out at statewaterheaters.com to learn more.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A. Hi, I'm Miles. And this is Grant. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic. Throw some jelly on it, you could throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day. The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Fellas, listen up. It's 2026, and this is going to be your best year yet when it comes to sex. You know why? Because you're finally going to take the advice and try chewable tablets from Blue Chew. Blue Chew's tablets help you feel and perform at your best, stronger, harder, longer lasting, like someone gave your downstairs a pep talk in a gym membership. Be more confident where it counts. Blue Chew is a small chew for a big difference. You'll have flashbacks to your glory days, and dating that's just got longer and better for everyone. Blue Chew's licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient for your individual prescription. Just like how we love to watch the athletes that we root for show up during the game's most exciting moments, you should be able to show up when it matters during life's most exciting moments. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com and get your first month free when you use the promo code KFNZ at checkout. You just got to cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Go to BlueChew.com, use the promo code KFNZ, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Kansas side, 35 northbound, solid from 95th Street up past the merge with 69 Highway with an accident blocking the left lane. Missouri side, 29 southbound, off again, on again, slow approaching downtown from about Armour. East side, 435 southbound, heavy past Front Street, stays pretty slow to Truman. Allen Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Your buddy Jim. I don't know, Jim. Says Jim's son here. He has absolutely skied after breaking his hip.
Yeah, I guarantee you he has. Yeah.
So there's that.
That's awesome.
And then somebody really enjoys Max Minute. New one comes out today, I believe.
Really?
Yeah. From the A16, Seattle's GM is being slept on.
Oh, yes.
Been the big game. 3 different head coaches. Roster turned over several times.
Damn right.
Who's his third head coach?
Well, he's got Carroll.
Yeah, this guy.
He's been there for 18 years. He's been there longer than Carroll got there, right? Or no?
Carroll went to 2 and lost, 1 and won.
Yeah.
And then they're here now with McDonald.
Was he with that? Wasn't there a Super Bowl against Pittsburgh?
Oh, yeah, he made it in 04.
He was the GM then?
Yes.
Who was
Hasselbeck.
the coach?
Hasselbeck was a quarterback.
Holmgren was the coach.
Yeah.
That's
H,
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, 04, they made the Super Bowl.
Listen.
And he was the GM then?
Yes. This is the, I can't remember the exact, he's one of the longest tenured.
You think the new ownership will keep him on?
Absolutely.
If they're smart.
My God.
One of the best franchises of the century.
But it's so funny. I mean, again, having the conversation with Jim yesterday, like nobody talks about Seattle.
Very underrated.
It's a city that just doesn't resonate in the United States of America. Like you just never think about them. You never consider them. You people like LA, people like San Francisco, they're all West Coast teams. But Seattle is so far disconnected from the rest of the country that people just forget about them. And you don't have that fan base that spreads like wildfire all over the place because they're just such a forgotten part of the country because they are so far away.
They also are like the home of like the area of the best jerseys in sports.
Yeah.
I know Portland is not Seattle, but like Eugene, Oregon, the Ducks, are you kidding me? Their basketball shoes the other night were insane. They paid tribute to Bob Weir.
Oh,
so
did they?
Oregon's basketball team wore like
That's cool.
Like the Nike swoosh was like a fuzzy green, and then they had like teddy bears on it. It was really cool. But
The
then you look at-
Supersonics jerseys were sick.
they were awesome.
Yeah, the Kraken got good uniforms.
Kraken is awesome.
Mariners are pure.
Mariners are nasty. Seattle's are nasty.
Yeah.
Old ones are new ones.
Yeah.
Besides the highlighters, I'm in on Seahawks
And then, of
uniforms.
course, Mike Vrabel, who we tend to love, they were like, so you're going with the white jerseys? Like, yeah, we're the home team we choose. It's the players' one. He goes, you're also 5-0 in those jerseys. Yeah, well, we could also look out for the Tooth Fairy as well. So he's just a dude, man. Like,
He's taking all this stuff that the media has like hung on for years and is like, none of that matters because none of it does. I mean, it's cool that you're 5-0, but how is that going to affect your 6th game in those jerseys?
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
That's the sounder of the Fescoe and Dusty Wednesday poll question on the Fan 965 on X. 913-586-7965 for those of you that do not have X. Who are you rooting for in Super Bowl week? Who you got? You got the Seahawks, you got the New England Patriots.
How's that poll doing?
89.4% say Seattle Seahawks.
Wow.
10.6 going for the New England Patriots.
Wow, I mean, I don't know what I'm more surprised about, the big number for Seattle or there's actually a number for the Patriots.
Somebody named Ben says, my motto is anyone but the Patriots. Patriots Nation is back and better than ever, tweeted at us and said, Patriots Nation is back and better than ever. And then AJ, who's just awesome, says, neither. Which I will say this, I'm okay with that. Because I will give you the benefit of saying, like, you're just there to watch the Super Bowl and everything that comes with it. You don't really care who wins. Just put football back on for one more time.
One more time.
Before it's all gone until we get the countdown of
Talk to you later.
121 days, 81 minutes, and there's not even 81 minutes at a time. But either way, you know what I'm saying. So the text line asked this, and I want to bring this up to you guys. They said, because we were talking about Justin Jefferson and JSN.
Mm-hmm.
Chiefs currently have the 9th overall pick. Would you trade the 9th overall pick to Minnesota for Justin Jefferson?
Yeah.
I said I
In a
wouldn't even
heartbeat.
think about it, and I want to make sure that I'm okay with that response.
Heartbeat.
Yeah, done.
Don't even blink. I'd be like, yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know?
It would take more than that.
It would take more than that.
course.
Yeah.
I would trade my 1st and 2nd for Justin Jefferson.
I would think about it.
I wouldn't. I dead ass. I'm 1, 2. Let's shake hands and move on.
You could probably do it for a 1 and a 4.
I'd do it
Yeah, I
for
would
a
do it for
1,
that.
2, and a 3.
Yeah.
I'm just concerned about the defense. It's
The
my
defense,
only. I'm like,
and that's my only hesitation because I am with you, Mac. I know how much they want defense in this
Like,
draft,
we
and if
need
there's a
some help.
playmaker you can get on defense, like a defensive end at number 9, it'd be hard to,
Let me ask you this as well. If you traded the number 9 overall pick for Justin Jefferson, would running back still be a
Yes.
big offseason
Yes.
free
Yes.
agent pick?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
What
yeah.
if I told you you could trade the 9th overall pick for Justin Jefferson and sign Breece Hall?
Well, now we're living
Absolutely.
in Willy Wonka land. I mean,
Anything you want to do it.
I mean, that would be like the league may shut down and say it's unfair at this point in time if you were going to do that. But as the days have gone on, I'm not as concerned with wide receiver as I was when the season ended because we know now it was the coaching. That wide receiver coach stunk out loud, and the Chiefs showed you they went and literally hired the best wide receiver coach maybe in the NFL at this point in time. And so I'm excited to see what those guys can do with real leadership and real tutelage and real mentorship and real coaching at that wide receiver position that they have not had over the last couple of years. I mean, Xavier Worthy's going into 3, Rice is going into 4, and neither of them have had a real wide receiver coach in the NFL. Now they get a real wide receiver coach in the NFL. I'm more excited to see that and what he can do with Worthy and Rice than I am to say go out there and get another guy. I could be, again, completely wrong about that, and I'm not turning down Justin Jefferson, but I don't know in my warped mind if wide receiver is necessarily as big a need today as it was when the season ended because of who they hired as their wide receiver coach.
I think that's completely fair. I mean, Rashee Rice, again, we've talked about, he's on pace for 1,300 yards. We've seen flashes of what Xavier Worthy could be. Could those flashes turn consistent with good coaching and accountability? Like, I tend to believe yes. And we don't even know what Jalen Royals could be, right? I still think wide receiver is a need. But no, not as big of a need as people may think it is. I think people are under the idea that the Chiefs are going to open up the season right now with no one to throw to. Now, there's only 3 receivers on the roster, but I think there's a good chance all 3 of those are good weapons. I really do believe that, especially with good coaching. But yeah, we don't need Justin Jefferson necessarily, but we do need depth.
You need, absolutely. And I'm not discarding depth at all. I'm looking at like from that number one standpoint and whatnot. And it is coaching, because you go back to the Xavier Worthy, not knowing where the boundaries are. Like, that's stuff that needs to be taught. That stuff that needs to be reiterated. That stuff that you need to understand. Like, you can't run out of bounds. Those things that you see, those mental mistakes, are all coaching errors, and everybody's culpable of it. It's not just that guy Embry, or I think that's what his name was,
Connor.
Yeah, not just that guy. Andy Reid's culpable, Nagy's culpable, everybody's culpable of it, right? And so now they've got a legitimate wide receiver coach in there that can say, hey, here's a trick. Don't go out of bounds, or maybe you can use your shoulder this way so you can not use the sideline, or however you start to teach these guys. I think finally having it's like having a TA versus a professor, It's like, this guy was a teaching assistant. He doesn't know everything, but now you've got the professor in the room who can really teach you and direct you and point you in the right direction. I think that's going to be the biggest move that we look at this offseason, is the hiring of Chatty O'Shea, man.
Speaking of Professor, Cody Tapp's right behind you. But we asked the text line and everything who they have. A lot of people are taking Seattle. I think that's a common theme we're seeing. Right. Seattle seems to run away with this. Somebody says Seattle will walk New England. Won't even be a ball game. Somebody says Seattle, easy money. And then somebody says this. Bob Fescoe has texted into the text line.
Oh.
He has. I think it's the Patriots. It's America's 250th birthday. It's in the script, boys.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I mean, I got nothing. I love that. After 9/11, it was the Patriots. America 250. We're all Patriots again. It's 250 years of our country. Damn.
Swing boat.
Dang it.
Son of a gun. You got me with the conspiracy theory, and I love it.
Oh, it's great. There it is.
That's a good one. That really is a good conspiracy, man.
Because where we got Bob to open the blinds for the NBA, he's closed them. Because it ain't going to be New York anymore.
Nope.
Sounds like Giannis is either going to take his talents to South Beach or he's going to go to Minnesota.
Does that excite
Minnesota?
Absolutely. The average sports fan, though, like the NBA, you're trying to carve your lane. You're trying to do your thing. Does that really get the average sports fan excited if Giannis is in Minnesota or Miami?
Yeah, Anthony Edwards and Giannis is must-see. Anthony Edwards is a top 6 star in the league as far as well-known. I mean, LaMelo Ball's up there. I'm talking about stars, talking about well-known Instagram followers, commercials. LaMelo Ball's number 1. It's crazy. 6'7", all that stuff. No, he is that. TikTok famous, the whole thing. There's a rookie now second-year player, McCain in Philadelphia, who's up there. But Anthony Edwards is high on that list.
But we also don't see the conversion from the TikTok stars to mainstream TV, and they've tried that with radio shows and whatnot, YouTube stars and all that. Those people who are famous are famous. Nobody off that app knows who any of these people are.
Yeah, and that's why LaMelo hasn't brought in any ratings.
Yeah, I mean, and so, great, they're popular on TikTok. That doesn't mean they're popular in real life and doing what's necessary to drive the revenues and the ratings for the NBA.
Ant already does that. We already know Ant does that.
Yeah, to an extent.
He does.
But it wouldn't be if this guy goes to the Knicks, it's a game changer for the league. He goes to Miami or Minnesota. For me, as a very casual NBA fan, I go, I'm not that interested in that.
I think you'd be in the minority, man. Anthony Edwards is must watch.
Well, I think Anthony Edwards is the third guy in professional sports who needs a title, and
he's Michael Jordan's son.
Yeah, exactly. You've got obviously Josh Allen,
who's not doing well.
No, he's not.
Oh. Did you see his mugshot the other day? I'm not trying to make fun of people, but Michael Jordan's son got arrested for a DUI.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Josh Allen not doing good yesterday.
No. Michael Jordan's son got arrested for a DUI or whatever, and he was in his mugshot, and the first caption was, "The police knew this dude was drunk because the glasses aren't even on his ears."
Oh, no, really? Oh, God.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway,
wow, that's sad.
I am with Mac, though. I do think that Anthony Edwards, because I think that he's one of the names. One, American basketball player, Team USA, Anthony Edwards. 2, you either love him or you hate him. There's really no, he's fine. Because, he's got some stuff that he's not probably proud of in the future of his life.
So
you
does,
hope.
What did he do?
He's just not a good.
He doesn't know how to wrap it up. That's all it is, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
He's a young guy who needs to learn how to wrap it up.
And
We'll
he
see.
just doesn't really understand, like, hey, like money's involved.
Yeah, he's
You
not
can't just,
Tyreek
like-
Hill.
Yeah.
But yeah, that could happen. But curious, Bob, what were you on? Third best player? What is it? Third?
I think Anthony Edwards is the third player, in my opinion, because of the way you guys talk about him, first of all, and the way that everybody talks about how great he is. I think he falls behind, Josh Allen and Aaron Judge is now the number third guy who needs that championship, because maybe if he goes out there and wins that championship, maybe I have a different perspective on Giannis going to Minnesota and think better of that, because I've heard a lot of people, not just you guys, but a lot of people hype up Anthony Edwards. And yeah, he's only 24 years old, but all we focus on is championships and how many championships you won. And you can only be great if you win championships. And so I was thinking yesterday, man, he strikes me as probably that third guy that needs a championship now in professional sports that hasn't gotten one to validate who he is as a great player in their sport. I just kind of feel like his name comes up a lot when we talk about great players. And then everybody was excited for him in the postseason last year. It didn't go so well in the postseason. They didn't advance as far as everybody probably would have liked to have seen them advance. So I feel like he's that guy for me that falls into that category. Like, he's on that list of needs a championship guy.
Not on the list. He's third on the list.
Yeah, third on the list
So
for
you
me.
got Judge Allen and Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, who else could be on that list?
They made the Western Conference Finals the last 2 years. I had to make sure. Yeah, they've made the Western Conference Finals the last 2 seasons. Then
Well,
the
now
last
it's
to the
time to get to
OKC
the
Thunder.
champs.
Yeah.
Now, I don't
He's
think
24 years old.
I know, but I'm saying now it's time.
But
You've been twice. Now it's like, okay, dude, make that leap.
Yeah,
but again,
take that
like,
next
But I'm
leap.
saying he's already done that at 24. Guys don't make the Western Conference. The Western
No, I
Conference
agree with you.
Finals.
Yeah, I understand, but he
Yeah.
still, and now he needs to make that next step. Josh Allen has made AFC championship games, and we're talking about him being the loser.
He's 30. Yeah, it's time.
Yeah,
Guys don't win till they're 27 in the NBA.
But your window is so short in sports. I mean, you've already been there twice. There's no guarantees Anthony Edwards and that team will ever get back to the Western Conference Finals. That's why when you get to these places, you can't take it for granted. Like Seattle and New England in the Super Bowl this year. There's no guarantees this generation will be back.
Yeah, I mean, the argument that you could have for Anthony Edwards is kind of the same argument you could have for Drake May. Like, I think Drake May gets back. I don't think this is, time for him to necessarily have to win one. Whereas I think Anthony Edwards, as long as he's in the NBA for the next 6 years playing at the level he can until he's 30, he's going to have an opportunity in Minnesota, especially if they put Giannis on that team with him. And there's other pieces around those two that are also very good.
Yes.
But the problem is you've got to beat Oklahoma City. And nobody's doing that this year, other than the Spurs.
yeah.
Other than the Spurs who beat them every time they've played this year. But what's interesting to me, is like he's gotten them to that level. Say they go out and get Giannis, okay? Then it's all going to be about Giannis. And Anthony Edwards is not going to get that. Oh, he couldn't do it. He needed Giannis. Everybody needs help in this world. I had this conversation with my daughter last night about math. Everybody needs help. It's okay to get that help. It doesn't make you any less of a person or any less of an athlete. But if he goes to Minnesota and they win it, it's all going to be about Giannis. Giannis. Nah, Anthony Edwards needed Giannis to get him over the hump. We all need people to help get us over the hump. But I think he needs a championship. With the way that everybody talks about that guy and the star that he is at 24 years old, getting a championship ASAP would be so beneficial for his legacy.
I'll stay in the same sport. Mac, I know you have a great name earlier. I brought it to Bob, and the text lines bring it up nonstop. And apparently the text line thinks Bob speaks for all of us. I'm going to say it's Luka Doncic. I think that's my guy.
Okay.
I think it's not going to happen until LeBron is out of LA. I think LeBron is a blockage clog in what they can honestly do. And when you're hoping and praying for Austin Reeves to come back, that tells you, one, how many problems you have on your team. I think Luka Doncic is one of those guys. I think he's the third best player in the NBA. The two above him have won titles. Jokic and Giannis, they're good. They're good. Giannis is just going to try to win another one. Go be that next guy. Luka, if it was such a dramatic trade from Dallas to LA, then go show us why it was such a catastrophic trade for Dallas. Because if you never win one, Dallas will be like, well, it is what it is.
We didn't either.
Now, they did somehow fall into Cooper Flagg and get the number 1 overall draft pick, which was definitely not rigged. But either way you want to look at it, I think Luka's the guy in sports if we're taking Judge and Allen out of it. I think in the same sport of basketball, I think Luka's the guy.
Yeah, I like that more. He's 26. He'll turn 27 in 2 weeks, and that's officially
he's
when the
in
clock
LA.
starts. And he's never won an MVP. This is a guy that we've talked about being a generational talent, best draft pick of the century, other than LeBron James in that sort of era. yeah, he needs to step up. I'll put him up there. But Connor McDavid is the name that you mentioned that we're getting on the
Yeah,
text
because somebody
line.
says the real answer is Connor McDavid, but that's not y'all's speed.
No, Dusty and I talked about this before the show, and I looked at Dusty and I go, yeah, that's a good answer. But hockey doesn't play, guys. Like, it just doesn't.
That is the answer.
But this is the narrative.
Devin
it's not the
Booker.
sport that plays. If you're the greatest of all time or one of the greatest to ever do it, you have to have a title. That's why Dan Marino's left out of the room.
Yeah, it really is. It's 100%. And Jim Kelly's left out of the room. You've got to win those titles to be in those conversations. And yeah, Connor McDavid, no question. But it's an Edmonton Oiler. It's hockey.
Yeah.
It's the fourth sport in a four-sport, country type thing.
But it's more than the sport for him. It's more about individual legacy. And he's been back-to-back and can't beat Florida.
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. I don't think the Timberwolves are the number one sell in Minnesota.
No.
I think it's the Vikings, then the Twins, then the Timberwolves.
The Twins may have an argument now because of what they're doing up there with that team,
Yeah, it's falling apart.
Falling apart.
Right,
They're
but
gutting it. Everybody's gone.
For a while, the Twins were winning the AL Central.
100%.
The Vikings were whatever.
Yeah.
97 to 2001, it was Minnesota. Now, that was 20 years ago. But I do think that, McDavid being one of the greatest in the sport, if not the greatest in the sport currently, right, with Ovechkin leaving and Gretzky obviously is the Tom Brady of hockey. Like, no one's ever going to touch that. But LeBron won a title. Steph's won a title.
Yeah.
Tiger's won majors.
Hell, even Durant's won.
And Rory, who had won majors before, hadn't won the major and finally won the Masters. And now it's like, Rory, you do whatever you want.
You're right, Dusty. I mean, we have viewed sports so differently now. There's nothing other than championships that people care about. And that's the first thing that everybody goes to when you're comparing who's the greatest of all time. How many championships did he win? Well, he doesn't have any. Well, he's out of the conversation. I mean, that's just the way we are now as sports fans. I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying it's wrong either. But your ultimate goal, flags fly forever, win championships, right? It's all about winning those championships. And I know it's, a hard bar because you've got to have a great organization, and you can be a great player in a bad organization. We see those in Cincinnati all the time. And you have to find a way, though, to get over that hump. That's just kind of where we are. I mean, it stinks for guys like Dan Marino, but it is reality right now.
Respect the text.
I forgot about this.
Yeah, I'm bringing back that sounder because this text is so damn good, and I'm actually jealous. They're coming for my job here as producer of this show. I got to be thinking of these things. This is a great, great text from the 913. If Anthony Edwards is on that list, should we add Bobby Witt?
Yes, 100%.
Magnificent text.
100% Bobby Witt needs a championship.
He needs
He's better than
postseason
Anthony
success.
Edwards in his sport.
In fact, I will tell you this right now.
And he's the same age.
I will tell you this right now. If Bobby Witt Jr. wins a World Series this year, he will solidify his space as the second greatest Royal of all time. Salvador Perez will move to third. And it's not even a question.
If they win a championship.
This year, if he wins a championship, by December, he is the number 2 greatest Royal of all time. And it wouldn't be a question. And I could listen to people talk about Salvador Perez. He's got 2 titles. How does that rank? Superstardom. Because then the rest is history. Doesn't matter what Bobby Witt Jr. does the rest of his career. George got it in 85, never had to do a damn thing again. He had the 80 season, 85, done. Played for another 8 years, 9 years, 8 years. Didn't have to do anything except collect 3,000 hits, which Bobby Witt Jr. would then do. And you know what doesn't loom large? The fact that he would leave, because in his contract, when the first 5 years are up and the team is not moving in the way that he wants to, he does have an out.
Yep.
And if you win that title, Bobby Witt Jr. never leaves Kansas City. Bobby Witt Jr. is 25 years old with a title in Kansas City, and he sells, and he's there, and everybody puts him on the shelf and says, okay, you do whatever you want to do the rest of the year. 350 home runs, 1,000+ stolen bases, 3,000 hits. It's all there. And then he goes, and it would happen, 100%.
Yeah, I don't have any beef with that at all. Yeah,
Okay.
Bobby wins now. He plays shortstop. He's a better hitter than Salvi. Obviously, he's a better baseball player than Salvi. And that's not saying. Bobby's great.
And the career would pan out to where it would be like he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's going to win Gold Gloves continuously. He's going to win Silver Sluggers. He's going to go to All-Star games. He's probably going to win MVP because if this team wins the World Series, Bobby Witt Jr. is probably your MVP this year.
Yeah.
That's my take.
And then Judge hits 70.
Right, exactly. No, I love that. That was a great text.
For sure.
Yeah, it's a really good text.
No,
Yeah,
he's on that radar.
Yeah,
he's better than Anthony Edwards is in his sport.
I don't have a problem saying that. You're one of the greats in your sport. You need a championship.
Yeah, I would still disagree that I wouldn't put him on that list, just like I wouldn't put Ann on that list. But I get it. I love the thought.
Yeah, I mean, Bobby Wood Jr. is Luka Doncic. He's the third best player in his sport. He's gotten to not the finals, but Bobby Wood Jr. did get to the ALDS. Unfortunately, when he got to the ALDS, the bat went silent. And that's the Josh Allen narrative. When he got to the AFC Championship game, the talent went silent. So we'll see what happens. Somebody says Bobby has to win it without Salvi.
No.
I don't think so.
No, I mean, come on. You're taking away one of the best catchers of all time. That's how you win championships. No, you don't have to win it without Salvi. Come on now.
Yeah. So he says, well, what if Bobby leaves? He can't pass Sal. That wasn't the conversation. So we'll move on from that. Coming up on the other side, EGE. We remember that, right? Okay, well, we'll also talk about what JSN had to say about his breakout season here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Bob Fescoe.
I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
And Dusty Likens.
He's a hoe, and I want that known.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Super Bowl 60 deserves a sport book built for the moment. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 60, puts you right in the center of the biggest game of the year. And when anything can happen during the Super Bowl, DraftKings has your back with early exit. If a player goes down in the first half, you still get paid out in cash immediately once your bet settles. No bonus bets, no waiting. New to DraftKings, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code 965. That's code 965 to turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Physically present in Missouri. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets, which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.com/audio. Limited time offer.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergen X and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. If you're looking for the best, Synergen X and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergen X and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at getmyhealthfix.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
When the cold sets in across KC, AB May is the trusted name for keeping your home warm, safe, and secure. From furnace repairs to system replacements, we deliver reliable solutions and unmatched care and professionalism. Whether it's a sudden breakdown or routine maintenance, AB May is here to help. Trusted by generations of Kansas City homeowners, we're committed to doing things the right way every time. Call AB May at 913-732-9993 or visit us at abmay.com.
Call your serviceman from AB May.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You know when you're staring at a snack table and everything looks artificial? Well, I found the antidote. It's Daisy French Onion and Ranch Dips. They're delicious because they start with America's favorite sour cream. It's Daisy. And they use real herbs and spices, stuff you would find in your own kitchen. No preservatives and no artificial ingredients, just the good stuff. And I love Daisy dips with chips, wings, even veggies. So give Daisy French Onion and Ranch Dips a try. Look for it at a grocery store near you.
Brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything. The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally nationwide on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Kansas side, 35 northbound heavy from around 95th Street, crawls up past the merge with 69 Highway with an accident still blocking the left lane. East side, 435 southbound heavy around Winter, moves better down past Truman. Ongoing construction, the problem there. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Somebody goes, "You're getting me stiff with this Royals talk." That's what we're here to do. I know that I'm hard. You better believe it, baby. Who's not ready for baseball?
Oh, right? I know. Look outside today. You want baseball right now. This gray, the snow, you're ready for it.
Would it be weird if I did what Salvador Perez did? Just like walked around the neighborhood and went and played wiffle ball with kids?
No.
Okay.
You have to find kids doing that.
I'm not
that
Salvador
may be the
Perez.
hard thing.
I think it'd be weird.
Okay, that's what I thought. Like if I'm walking around with like a wiffle ball bat and ball, hey, you guys want to throw it up?
Nope.
Okay, stay away.
Get bent.
Stay away. Absolutely. So Super Bowl is on Sunday. It is in the San Francisco Bay Area or Santa Clara. And Seattle versus New England. Yeah, you better believe it, man. You talk about Cool Ranch ruffled chips.
Jets got their offensive coordinator.
Oh.
Okay.
Frank Reich.
Yeah.
Frank.
Yeah, former head coach. That's a good hire for Aaron Glenn.
It actually is.
Yeah, it's a really good hire for Aaron Glenn. The best part about it is he's best friends with Boomer Esiason, so they'll know everything that's going on.
Nice. That's great.
Yeah, so that's a great hire by the Jets.
Was he somewhere?
He was off.
He was off. That's what I thought.
because he got fired in Carolina.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Right?
Didn't he go back to Stanford?
He did. That's
right.
He was. He was like,
Luck went there, and Luck's like, "Hey, Frank, come on back, buddy."
That's right. He was hanging out there for a hot minute.
Gotcha.
So now he's going to go save the Jets.
Good.
The best part about Frank Reich taking that job with the Jets,
he'll be their new head coach.
Well, that 100%. Guess who his quarterback's going to be?
Who?
He's guessing too. Yeah, you literally took an offensive coordinator job, and the number one question doesn't have an answer.
Nope.
Are you interested in our job? Who's the quarterback? We'll get back to you on that. Sure, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Because there probably are some reassurances that if this thing goes south. But it's actually, I give Aaron Glenn all the credit in the world for making this hire.
Yeah.
Because this shows me that maybe he will be a good head coach, because a lot of these young new head coaches will never go hire somebody like that. Yeah. Fired over half his staff and went out and hired a guy that could legitimately take his job as the head coach if things go south. That's why I like this hire by Aaron Glenn. That's a baller hire by him. That's a big boy hire by him. That's an adult hire by Aaron Glenn.
This comes from Jamil Hill, disappointed in the Jets offensive coordinator job. I'm kidding. That's not real. Too soon? Too soon? So this was JSN on what led to his breakout year as a wide receiver for the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, I give credit to my teammates, honestly. Football's the ultimate team sport, and, having Sam back there doing his thing, I wouldn't be in a position without him, and Coach Kubiak putting me in position, Mike McDonald, and how he, just brought all of us together, defense, and it's a collective thing. So, I would give credit to that.
Sounds like everybody's going to eat in Seattle. Cooper Kupp, JSN, Kenny Walker, Charbonnet for a while. Love this kid, man.
How could you not like what he just said there?
That was awesome.
I thought
You think Jim likes him?
I think it's a little bit of a maybe a slap in the face, if you will, to Justin Jefferson, who said, we'd be better without Sam Darnold or with Sam Darnold, maybe. And he's going, yeah, my quarterback puts me in great position to go out there and make these plays. Like, he gave a lot of credit to everybody else, and that's cool, man. Like, everybody got credit from JSN, even though everybody knows he's probably the best player on that team. He gave credit to everybody else. And without everybody else, I'm not getting my opportunities. So I love what he said there. That was really cool.
Yeah, he mentioned like the defense and everything. To me, like that was the actual EGE mentality, being a team. Because everyone on that team, like Torrey Horton, knows he's not going to catch 3 passes in the Super Bowl, knows he's not going to get 100 yards, knows he's not getting a touchdown. And he might do that. He does that sometimes. But he knows he's not the star. He's not actually going to eat. A.J. Barner isn't actually going to eat. Zach Charbonnet, for a large part of the game, he's not going to touch the ball. They know that. They're okay with that, and they embrace it.
Yeah.
They block better. They know what they're doing. They know their role. They know where to be. They sell a route even though they know they're not going to catch the pass, Xavier Worthy. They do these things because they know that it's for the betterment of the team. And right now, JSN being the star and being the main focal point is for the betterment of the team, and they are rallying around that, unlike what we did here in Kansas City this season.
I hate that you said that. That really kind of dampened me because you're right. And it was something that I was hoping we could move by. But that Xavier Worthy slacking at the line of scrimmage type stuff that we heard about after the Buffalo game and all that kind of stuff, does that get fixed with a new coach or not? Or is he one of those guys where you look at it and you go, wait, we may need to trade him?
Well, there's your answer to Eric Bieniemy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Eric Bieniemy doesn't matter who you are. You're slouched on the line. You're getting cussed out, and you're not playing.
Okay,
it doesn't matter.
But let me rephrase that. Will he be responsive?
Will he respond? Will he? Yeah.
Well,
Because Eric can
we don't
yell.
know.
Yeah, we don't know.
Well, then that's when it becomes a bigger problem. I
Yeah.
think that's the way the Chiefs have always done stuff, is that there is a tier system, right? Like, we heard it when it came to Josh Simmons, right? Andy Reid came out and said, well, Brett's handling that. It then became a Brett Veach thing. It was no longer an Andy Reid, an offensive line coach, and what is it, Dave Merritt? Is that the offensive line coach?
No, it's Andy Heck.
Andy Heck. It was no longer Andy Heck issue.
He could go, too, as far as I'm concerned.
It was no longer Andy Reid thing. It was like, Brett's going to handle this.
Like, Andy Heck gets a free pass. Like, that offensive line is high-priced. It's not been great, right? Like, they could use a better coach than Andy Heck over there on the
why
offensive
wasn't
line.
Andy Heck preaching about Asa Pole and saying, hey, Wanya Morris shouldn't be our backup left tackle, guys. Asa Pole, look at this.
Yeah.
Well, they let him go, too, and then brought him back on the practice squad. So I think that that's kind of like one of those things where, like, will he be responsive? The thing is if Eric Bieniemy chews this guy out and then he goes to the bench and pouts, then it becomes an Andy Reid issue. And once it becomes an Andy Reid issue, then you've lost all of everything of it. Because then it's like the guy that we say that you want to see come out in the opening press conference and be like, I'm going to be different. I'm going to be harder on these guys. I'm going to set the tone. I'm going to make the message. Then if you have to go to Andy Reid's office, because, like, I never wanted to go to the principal's office. The assistant principal was always the person I wanted to talk to. But I knew I was in hot water if I went to Mr. Barnhart's office. Because I knew then I had done something that took a higher perspective to tell me how bad I did something. And I think that's where Bieniemy's role is in this. And if Worthy is going to slouch around the offensive line, or not the offensive line, but the line of scrimmage, and show some sort of, like, taking off sort of stuff or whatever he's doing, then Eric Bieniemy's going to yell at him, and he's going to give him this message. And if he throws his helmet, throws a temper tantrum, then Bieniemy's going to go up to Andy Reid and say whatever that magic word is and be like, nope. And he's going to look back there, and then they're going to have a conversation, and then we're going to see where that goes forward. And then guess what? We know what the Chiefs are. They're a team first, not individual first. And if you're not part of this team, it doesn't matter if you run a 4-2-3 in the cam. You're gone.
We saw it. We saw it with Tyreek Hill. You weren't part of the team.
We've
it was
seen
all
with
about
Marcus
you.
Peters.
Marcus Peters, you weren't part of the team.
We have seen this before.
Right. This is, and I like that because it has to be about the team. It can't be about individuals. Yep. And as good as Marcus Peters and Tyreek Hill were, Chiefs did just fine without both of those guys. In fact, probably better without both of those guys. And if Xavier Worthy is going to be a guy who's not responsive and is not listening and is not doing those little things that equal those big things with a new coach, with a new offensive coordinator, well, then it may be time for him to find a new location.
No doubt. I mean, you got to have stability, man. This season is a grind, and Seattle just kind of seems like they've been the best team. Because outside of Darnold, Kenny Walker, and JSN, and I guess Cooper Kupp, who you name it on that team. Now, I know they have the rookie defensive player who has like a really weird vowel name like
Emanwari.
Yeah, Emanwari. But outside of that, you know, who's playing linebacker for Seattle? Who's their DNs? Who's their number one corner?
The sum is better than the parts.
DeMarcus Lawrence, Tariq Woolen. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, you're right. They're not household names.
Right. And like you look at this, and that's why we have this. Like it goes back to, and we could maybe talk about this on the other side as well, but like when you look at this Super Bowl, like what's more important in the NFL? Finding your quarterback or finding your head coach? Because Seattle spent money on Sam Darnold, and the New England Patriots took Drake May with the 3rd overall pick. But they went and got McDonald, and they went and got Mike Vrabel. And both of these teams are now here, and I don't know who's got more say into that, why they're here. Is it the head coach? Is it the quarterback? Or is it just that perfect peanut butter and jelly combination that you normally don't eat jelly by itself? You can eat peanut butter by itself. You don't struggle, but you put the two together, it works.
I was going to say, like, I think in New England, it's probably the coach more than it is the quarterback now, just because he's the proven guy. In Seattle, I mean, the quarterback's more proven than the head coach is at this point, right? I mean, he's taken 2 different teams to the postseason.
Well, if you were stiff earlier for Royals talk, we'll keep it going because we'll talk about next here on what could be a move in the Royals organization and what it would cost the Royals. Here on 96.5 The Fan, you're home for the Kansas City Royals. I know that I'm hard.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends at QC Kinetics are tired of you living in pain. In fact, it's not just me. 40,000 people are tired of living in pain, and they went and saw QC Kinetics. We're talking about the population of a small city. It's the number of people who are choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people said, stop, before you replace my knee or hip, there has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in cellular-level treatments that revitalize joint tissue naturally. Patients who thought surgery was the only answer are getting their lives back thanks to QC Kinetics' advanced regenerative treatments. Surgery isn't always the answer. QC Kinetics uses safe, natural treatments to activate your body's healing power with 0 downtime. And you can get started now to ease inflammation and slow the progression of arthritis. 40,000 people can't be wrong. Before you say yes to surgery, do your research and call QC Kinetics for that free consultation. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics is off of 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. 816-412-6299.
Blue Creek Wagyu is here to prove there's never been a better time to follow through with your resolution to eat better. Heart-healthy, low-cholesterol, authentic American, full-blooded Wagyu steaks and beef will help you hit all your goals this year. Booth Creek has 2 convenient locations at 95th and Knoll and 135th and Metcalf, where they sample mouth-watering Wagyu every day, and their beef experts will lead you to the perfect cut. Crafted for exceptional beginnings. Join the Booth Creek Revolution at boothcreekwagyu.com.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Missouri side, Great Valley, 70 westbound, very heavy accident past the Buckner exit, blocks the right lane in the construction zone. 2 miles of slow traffic and building quickly. Kansas side, 35 northbound past the merge with 69 highway, accident the left lane keeps you slow beyond 87th. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel to watch all your favorite shows, shorts, and clips. This is your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
9 o'clock hour here on 96.5 The Fan. Bob Fescoe, Mac Morey, Dusty Likens with you on a show we call Fescoe and Dusty. Thanks for tuning in. It looks like a gloomy day. It's dark before the dawn.
Yeah, it's supposed to be nice, though, after today, guys. We get through today, we're good to go for a while.
Dark before the dawn, sharp. Sharp before the dawn. It's always darkest before it's brightest. I don't know. Dusty,
What the hell was
PB&J,
that?
it's a salty and sweet. I know. I contradict myself on this stuff all the time.
Well, it depends on what kind of peanut butter.
Because I would say that's not a...
Yeah.
I always say I hate the severe sweet and salty, like chocolate dip pretzels. But again, like peanut butter's kind of sweet and jelly is kind of sweet, but it's not really a sweet... I don't know. I agree, though. It is classified. So it would be like fries and ketchup. That's 100% a sweet salty, but it's not an extreme to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
That's fair.
No, I think you're allowed to. Nothing has to be black and white. It's okay to have gray area and stuff. You know? What's our poll showing right now, percentage-wise, voting for? Because I've got something to compare it to, if we can, for a second. What is our poll trending at, guys?
Well, that's a weird thing to say out loud.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
Men's wieners. 89.9% say Seattle is who they want to. Who are they rooting for? Is the question. Is Super Bowl week? Who are you rooting for? The Super Bowl, Seattle, New England. 89.9% say Seattle.
Okay, so we just got an email from our friend Jimmy over at the Stuff Media Group. They send out all the odds and all that kind of stuff, and they've recently sent out a map about who America is rooting for, right? And you look at the color-coded map, and it's fun. All of New England obviously is blue. Florida is blue, and California, and California is blue. So the rest of the country is green for Seattle. So you said 89% of the people are rooting for Seattle on our poll here in Kansas City. Trends with it nationally. 84% of the population is rooting for Seattle in this Super Bowl.
We're still not over New England. We still don't like that.
Well, I mean, look at what happened with the Hall of Fame voting. No, we're not. I mean, Tony Dungy wouldn't even admit that he didn't vote for those guys. So you know Tony Dungy didn't vote. No, I don't think we'll ever be over New England until we're all dead and nobody was around for the the cheating scandals and Bill Belichick and all of that kind of stuff in New England. I think the rest of the country is going to have a negative taste in their mouth for the New England Patriots. And I think that's okay. You are who you are. You feel what you feel. And people look at the New England Patriots as, different coach, different quarterback, but it's still that same Patriot team. And I understand why everybody's rooting for Seattle. They feel new, even though they're not, they feel like a new team.
A couple of comments from the text line from Ben. My motto is anybody but the Patriots. This comes from Russ. Another nice thing out of Seattle. And then he mentions somebody named Carly. I don't know if I should click on that link. Another one comes from Patriots Nation is back and better than ever. Their comment is Patriots Nation is back and better than ever. This one comes from the joking one. I just want to see Darnold shove it up everyone's ass. Somebody says neither. Johnny says the Chiefs. And then
Thanks,
this
Johnny.
comes from Hindu. He says Ginger Cuz for the dub. Seattle minus 10.5. Bang.
10.5 with the hook there.
He's still on the hook on it.
Johnny said the Chiefs.
Johnny,
I'm going to say
all right,
Chiefs,
Johnny.
and people are going to think I'm original. No, they're not.
We didn't, Johnny.
That's a big wet fart. It really is. I mean, like you put on your pants and you got onto Twitter and you're like, I'm going to say Chiefs, and you think that's going to home run. Zero.
We talked about 49 years ago, the album Rumors came out. It's one of my top 5 albums of all time. 0 skips on it. Starts off a banger, ends with a banger. On this date in 1993, Homeward Bound premiered, grossing $57 million in the box office. Wow. And they asked the question, is this movie considered a 90s classic to you? I just responded in all caps, duh.
Duh.
I don't think I've ever seen that movie. Oh. Is that about, what's that about?
We finally got him. Mac, you finally win one.
That's true.
1 out of 100 ain't bad.
What, that you've seen an older movie?
Yeah. I've just seen a movie that you haven't seen. Yeah.
Oh, you've seen a lot more movies than I haven't seen. I haven't seen any movies.
This is the movie that stars Chance, Shadow, and Sassy. Sassy is the cat. Shadow is the golden retriever. Chance looks a lot like Winnie.
Okay.
He does.
You would cry.
Oh, yeah. I'm not watching it. I am out.
But it's a happy cry.
Happy.
Oh, it is.
Very happy.
Because my
cry.
wife said to us yesterday or 2 days ago, why she brought this up, I don't know. Do you want to have Winnie put to sleep here or at the...
Oh, my God, Jen, it was Tuesday.
I mean, no, this was Monday.
Oh, okay, good.
So, but why are we talking about that? And immediately, please stop. And I started crying already. And I'm like, I mean, this dog is everything for me. I didn't want the dog. I was like, you're too busy and all that kind of stuff. That dog has saved my life, and she knows it too. She knows when I'm in a certain spot and how to calm me down. I mean, my dog is everything.
Together. When you can't find Bob or Winnie, they're in the bathtub.
yeah, exactly. But
it's Friday, Winnie, let's go. Mom's pissed.
Well, she knows when.
She shut the door when Winnie hears thunder. Bathtub. When Bob hears the front door slam, bathtub.
Bathtub. Yeah. When he hears Jen's voice, bathtub. Runs upstairs and hides. But I kid.
Homeward Bound is great. It's about 3 pets that get lost in the wilderness, and then they have to find their way back home. And they all think they're gone.
Yeah.
And then, oh, God.
Dude, it's...
Okay, no, I can't.
You have to watch
really?
it.
All right.
It's awesome. It's not Marley and Me.
Yeah, okay.
Where the kid's over the grave and he just says, he knows. And then you're just like,
No,
all right.
yeah.
You're done, dude. I watched it one time, getting teary-eyed, thinking about a kid brings out the paper, and they're like, do you want to say anything to Marley? And he goes, he already knows. And you're like, okay.
Okay. Yeah, no, stop with that right now.
But with Homeward Bound, dude.
Wholesome,
it's
genuine,
awesome.
feel good.
And Michael J. Fox, I think, plays the voice of Chance. Shadow, I don't know. It's an older guy. And then Sassy is Sally Field.
Oh, okay.
So it's an all-star cast voiceover. It's a fantastic movie. It's probably on Disney Plus. It's a Disney movie.
It is. Yeah, just watched it last month.
Yeah, it's so great.
What made you watch that?
I don't know. We were on Disney Plus, and I was like, oh, Homeward Bound? Heck yeah. And Hannah was like, heck yeah. And then we did and cried, and it was great. It was a great hour and a half.
Oh, it's only 90 minutes?
Yeah. Speaking of 90 minutes, it feels like we're 90 minutes away from the baseball season. Royals still kind of in conversations with a trade piece that would involve a pitcher, we think. It's been Cole Reagans and Duran. That's been the conversation we've had for a while. Now the idea might be maybe, just maybe, the Yankees are in play, but not for Reagans, but for Chris Bubich. And the way this trade would be is you've coined it as maybe the Yankees giving up their Jack Caglione type of prospect, which is Jason Dominguez, who is a 22-year-old right/left fielder with pop, and the Yankees signed Cody Bellinger, which means like everything in baseball, well, if it's not him, then we're going to go elsewhere. And a guy who has struggled in their farm system, or not in their farm system, shown pop in their farm system, played a little bit in the league, didn't really show what they needed. Maybe it's over for him. And they need pitching. The Royals need batting. Seems like handshakes hand.
It does, but like they've been hyping this kid since he's 18, and I'm always very weary of Yankee prospects, right? Because they hype prospects and then they trade them, and you never hear from them again. It's the prospects they never hype, really, that usually turn out to be pretty good. They hype the bad ones so they can convince people to trade for them, and so that's kind of been their MO for the last 40 years of running their operation. You start to look at the players that they've traded, and you're like, yeah, they were hyped, but they were never any good. And I don't know if Dominguez falls into this category, but I do compare him to Caglione. Big prospect, was going to save the franchise, going to be this awesome outfielder, is going to come up, and then dissipated when he got to the big league level. But that's not a reason to write somebody off and say they're never going to find it at the big league level. They had a bad season at the big league level, a bad start to their career that they can all rectify. Both of these guys are playing with immense pressure. Everybody's like, Cags, save the franchise. Dominguez, save the franchise. You got to forget these guys are, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 years old. It's hard to do that kind of stuff when you're at that young age. And so if you're going to acquire him for less than Bubich, then I would have that conversation because I think Bubich is too big a trade piece right now to give up for just Jason Dominguez. Bubich could be used maybe later in the year as a trade piece as you approach the trade deadline. If somebody drastically needs pitching and you drastically need a bat and there's a matchup and boom, maybe you can go from there. But I wouldn't make the trade straight up for Jason Dominguez with Chris Bubich. I need to have more back in return. Of course, on the flip side, if the Caglione was in New York, I wouldn't trade Bubich for Caglione at this point in time either. A year ago, I would have made these trades straight up. But now, knowing what Bubich has been able to do, I think he probably commands more back than just the Jason Dominguez at this point in time.
Yeah, it depends on what your future is with Bubich. Obviously, will be a free agent after this year.
Yeah.
He's got this contract this year. Are you going to pay Chris Bubich? Are you going to have 3 lefties in your rotation? Obviously, you have Cameron with tons of control. You've given the extension to Cole Reagans. He's the ace of your staff. I think it all comes down to, are you going to give Chris Bubich that contract? You gave Maikel Garcia the contract. You gave Bobby Witt Jr., Seth Lugo. You gave Sal the 2 years. You give Reagans the thing. Never once have I really heard, well, Chris Bubich is next on the list.
Right.
Like we hear about Trent McDuffie being next on the list more than we hear about Chris Bubich. And I think the thing that comes with Chris Bubich is, are you going to give him that contract and do you trust him? Or are you saying, coming off 2 years of being injury prone and making an all-star game, maybe that's the apex of his career. If he goes to New York, maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't, but we fix a problem that we have and we get rid of a problem we don't have. And I think that's where the conversation is circled around Chris Bubic, because I don't know if the Royals will give him a contract that a lefty with his sort of stuff is going to demand.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Dusty. It really is. But John has signed all these guys that they wanted to keep here. They have not lost anybody really yet since John's taken over that they're like, oh, this is going to be part of our franchise going forward, right? Bobby signed, Michael signed, Vinny signed, Salvi signed. Like, you've got your core guys signed up. So based on past precedent, if Chris Bubic is a guy that they want to keep, I think they would sign Chris Bubic. Again, Waka and Lugo are getting older too, you know?
Sure.
How many more years can you rely on them? And then if you don't have Bubic, if you don't sign him, and then Waka and Lugo are gone in a year or whatever it is, now where are you from a rotational standpoint?
And my biggest problem is just being a Royals follower my whole life and seeing guys they had that they didn't sign, that they let walk for free, and you got nothing from them.
Yeah, it sucks, man.
And if you can get something and maybe turn it into, something positive, then you've done it. Because, we've seen trades in the past where it's worked out tremendously, right? The Will Myers trade was great. The Zach Greinke trade was great. And those are guys that you're like, we're going to get rid of Will Myers? We're going to get rid of Zach Greinke?
Right.
Chris Bubic is even on that level of maybe he's surpassed Will Myers, but again, like Will Myers was an all-star as well. But again, different position, different years, and all that sort of thing. I just wonder if Chris Bubic is in the future and a guy that the Yankees are willing to give up on because they can just do whatever they want. I take what the Yankees say to a grain of salt. Like, it's good and working out for us. We'll just sign Cody Bellinger for 7 years for $155 million because we can.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is if you make this move and Dominguez comes here and fails, you know how fans are going to be every time talking about Chris Bubic. I mean, they were doing it with Singer in India last year, for God's sakes, and neither of them really made a huge impact, on anything with their organization. But that's what's going to happen. I mean, they trade Bubic, and it's always going to be about what Bubic is doing in New York, and Dominguez stinks and all this kind of stuff if he doesn't come here and play well. So that's why I think you need to get more in return for Chris Bubic at this point in time.
Mac is afraid of the NFL letting the chip bag stay open for too long and getting stale. Maybe the season going too long is that analogy here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Park and Go are going to make life easy for you. And that's what we're all about, right? How can I make life easier for you? Well, Park and Go does just that when it comes to parking at the airport. Because number one, every spot is covered, so you never have to worry about your car being damaged from the weather or the hot sun or any of that kind of stuff. And Park and Go makes parking so seamlessly easy. We all talk about parking in Kansas City. Why don't you go to the best place in the world? It is Park and Go. You make your reservation at bookparkandgo.com right after you make your flight reservation. That's what I do. And then I prepay. That way you save money as well. And you're ready to go. Show up on the day of your flight, give them your reservation, and they will direct you right to that covered parking spot they have reserved for you. And as soon as you get there, like before you're even out of your car, here comes the van to take you right to the airport terminal. And then you're there and relaxed and ready to go. When you get back, just walk outside with your bag, and there's the van. Jump on it, right back to the trunk of your car. That's how Park and Go operates. These guys are unbelievable. So join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on
video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
If the high cost of living is weighing you down, lighten your load at Hy-Vee. Save big at the pump with red-hot fuel-saver deals this week. Stock up on groceries and stack up the savings when you scan your Hy-Vee Perks card at checkout. The more you spend, the more you'll save. Your next fill-up might even be free. Don't have a Perks card yet? Just download the app or go to Hy-Vee.com/perks and start saving today. Don't miss the red-hot fuel-saver deals this week only at Hy-Vee.
The big game's here, and you're going to have a watch party. It may not be super for all of us Chiefs fans here in Kansas City, but still, Hy-Vee can help you make it super. Hy-Vee's your one-stop shop for all of your big game watch party needs. You can get fresh dips. They've got all the chips, the take-and-bake pizzas, a great selection of wings, and my favorite is the bakery. I love their football-themed cookies, and they've got great sheet cakes and cupcakes as well. Mix and match in the wine and spirits department and save 10% when you mix or match 6 or more bottles. Only at Hy-Vee.
Wouldn't you like to take a vacation from your bills? Well, you can. The new year is here. Home values are up, and you have more home equity than ever. Now is the time to put that home equity to work for you. This is James Hawkins, president of Golden Oak Lending. Credit card balances are at an all-time high. Why pay 25 to 30% interest to them when you could be saving thousands of dollars after a simple phone call? Golden Oak's mortgage rate is 4.5%. We have no fee to apply and no out-of-pocket costs. And if you call today, you could make no payments for 2 months. But don't wait. This rate won't last forever. Imagine how good it will feel to have those bills paid off. At Golden Oak Lending, we can make that happen in as little as 14 days. And if for any reason your loan doesn't close, we will pay for your appraisal. Call today and take advantage of our 4.5% fixed rate. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending cured my blues.
5.442 APR, FHA 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit, additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Today, expect a cloudy day with a high of 38.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Back at it here, 96.5 The Fan on a Wednesday. Somebody says, immature as we all are, men's wieners. How does nobody ever laugh at boobage?
We all do.
Well, remember there was Falter Boobage?
Yeah. Yeah, Falter versus Boobage. Yeah.
Falter Boobage tonight. Denny? Yes, Ryan? I'm starting to bawl over here.
Boobs are great.
They might be. I think we might have lost Binkley yesterday with Paige Sporanic's waste management picture on Twitter.
Whew. I saw a couple pictures from her yesterday.
Yeah, I bet you did. The Pro-Am today at the waste management. We'll see if Travis Kelce picks up the sticks and plays in this. Could you imagine?
That'd be sick.
He's not in the Super Bowl and he goes and plays like the 16th hole and hits a hole-in-one, and she comes out, 2 beers in her hand, and they just steal the show again.
Please. How mad would Tony Dungy be?
He'd be like, well, golf's not a real sport.
You know that guy right there, by his comments yesterday, did not vote for Bill Belichick or Robert Kraft to go into the Hall of Fame.
Just poke myself in the eye.
Oh, that hurts.
The Royals have signed infielder Brandon Drury to a minor league contract with an invitation to Major League Spring Training, by the way.
Hell
Breaking news
yeah.
out of the Royals camp. You ever been to Drury? Down there in Springfield?
The Drury Inn? I've been to a Drury Inn. Yeah.
You ever been to Mexican Villa in Springfield?
To what?
Mexican Villa?
No.
The restaurant?
I've only been to Springfield once, and I was driving through last year to go see Cody Johnson at that new amphitheater down there.
Are you still going to go see Rascal Flatts?
Yeah, we're going. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
boy.
Yeah, we're going to try. I mean, either way, it's a great concert or it's a story.
Yeah.
You know?
For those of you that don't know, Bob was supposed to go to Omaha 2 weeks ago to see Rascal Flatts. It was his anniversary with his wonderful wife. big Rascal Flatts fan. And then the story broke out that he was, hammered and just terrible singing on the stage. And,
it was
all these
awful.
reports came out.
Yeah.
And then I see the video. I'm like, here you go. And he's like, well, hopefully it's better. I said, or it's worse. He goes, great point.
Yeah.
Because then you can record it and be like, look at this guy.
Have you been to a concert that is bad ever?
The only thing I can remember, and Jeff, if you're listening, please help me out on this. We went to Santa Caligon when I was a kid. And Hank Williams Jr. was performing. And I believe he was so inebriated that he couldn't finish the concert. Like, I'm pretty sure he came out he sat in a rocking chair and had like a fifth of Jack next to him, and he couldn't finish the concert because he was so inebriated. Hank Williams Jr., I believe, was at Santa Caligon when I was young. Like, I got to think this is like 92, 93. I don't even know if we got family tradition.
I mean, how? I understand these entertainers.
I also just found out this weekend that he's adopted.
So he's really not a junior?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I heard that correctly. That he's adopted because his dad died in the back of a car on New Year's Day, right?
Oh, I don't know that.
Yeah,
really.
Hank Williams Sr. died of alcohol poisoning in the back of a car, I believe, on New Year's Day. And then Hank Williams Jr. obviously has kind of fit the same narrative, still alive, obviously, but has the same booze problem. But I think that's accurate. I don't know if that was.
That's interesting. No, I mean,
I saw a lot of good talents in Santa Calaga. I saw the Dixie Chicks before they got real popular.
Right.
My sister got to go on their tour bus and get all their autographs.
That's cool.
That was before they got like blacklisted and everything.
Yeah, right.
So I saw them. Saw a lot of people at State Fair in Sedalia. Saw George Strait there. Saw Radney Foster. He's an old country star.
I know.
He had a good album. Gets lost in the Garth Brooks country. The Ken Burns documentary he talks about it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But like bad concerts. And the text line can weigh in if you've ever been to a really, really, really bad show. Family Tradition, performed by Gene Watson at the Rusty Spur in Scottsdale, Arizona. That's the best concert you can go to. But I will say this. I've been to a couple of bad ones. Like I went and saw Keith Urban and Lady Antebellum. Not my thing.
Lady A's good.
Yeah, but it wasn't my thing. It was for Jen, and she was wanting to go, and so we went, and it's just not my deal. So it wasn't that. But it wasn't a bad concert. It was not for me. I saw Neil Diamond at Kemper Arena, and he talked the entire time. He didn't sing a damn thing. It was all talking, and I was like, God, he's clearly lost it. And that was 20-some years ago, and he's still out there performing, somewhere. And I'm like, God, that was really, really bad. So that was probably the worst one that I've been to, was Neil Diamond talking the entire time.
Yeah, bad news. So, he is the actual son. Sorry, not adopted. I apologize. I thought I heard that somewhere, so that's why I brought it up. But, somebody says it was Hank Williams at Santa Calagon. The police actually had to escort him off the stage.
Oh, God.
And he started cussing at everybody.
I mean, you've seen the Guns N' Roses St. Louis incident, right? That's why they were banned from St. Louis. I was back at their first show back in St. Louis back in like 2017 or 18, whenever they were doing the tour, and that was outstanding. But that was a bad concert. I mean, somebody was videotaping them in the crowd in the 80s with an old camcorder, and they got pissed. And what was it? Axl went right into the crowd and beat the hell out of somebody.
Somebody says from the 816, Hank Williams Jr. at Sandstone, Derek Thomas had to come out and calm the crowd down. He was so drunk. Because I knew him and DT
and him are boys. Big time boys, yeah. But the fact that you got to get Derek Thomas out there to calm down the crowd, I mean, that tells you what it was probably like. That was kind of in the heyday, too, of Monday Night Football, Dusty, Are you ready for some football? So everybody knew who Hank Williams Jr. was because he had transcended himself onto one of the biggest TV programs, going.
I will say, Mac, you'd probably understand this. I went to, I want to say it was Buzz Beach Ball at the time, and the 1975 headlined. And I happened to run into Laszlo there. And this is before I had done anything here of significance. And I was just like a part-time, like doing church shows, and not the Church of Laszlo, but I was doing church shows and Royals games. And I was a huge, at the time, even bigger than I was now, of the 1975. And they had a weather delay because there was like tornadic activity in the area. And we didn't know if they were going to do it. And I went over to Laszlo. I was like, you think they're going to perform at this concert? He goes, oh, yeah, they'll perform. I don't know if he'll be able to do it because, like, that was Matty Healy's big problem, was that he would just get hammered on Cabernet and go out there and just be completely sloshed.
What a terrible thing to get hammered on, too, and then try to go out there and do a cab. Like, wine in general is a terrible drunk. Ugh.
Oh, I love it.
Do you really?
I love wine
the
drunk.
hangover and the whole thing.
It's the closest thing to marijuana for me as far as alcohol is concerned.
Wine?
That feeling as far as drunk. Yeah.
I love a good wine buzz.
I love it.
Oh, you see, like when you were in Europe, you were drinking the wine without the sulfates and stuff in it, so you didn't get the hangover. And it's a completely different game changer.
It was. Yeah, I would love to see 1975. That is lit.
Hopefully they'll come back. I mean, they took some
hopefully.
hiatus to get things right because Matty Healy was just being a Richard. I don't know if he handled the breakup with Taylor very well because she left him and then she found the love of her life, got married, and is going to get married, I should say.
What a switch up. Maddie to Travis. Quite a switch up.
Everybody she was with to Travis.
Yeah, it's true.
From like John
Artists,
Mayer to Jake Gyllenhaal to Matty
Ed
Healy
Sheeran.
to Ed Sheeran, the guy that was the actor from London.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean different? How do you mean?
6'7"
Looks,
and
personality, interests.
Yeah. Just human being.
Yeah.
Like all these guys were like British little dudes, and then you
Gotcha.
got this
Okay, that's all I needed to
Yeah.
know. Okay.
Like they're not like Travis is going to laugh at
men's wieners.
Matty
Yeah.
Healy's going to be like, "What's that?"
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Football, you kick it, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be
Okay.
a different
I
conversation.
mean, she didn't write a song called Redwood about anybody else.
No, that is true. Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point. Yeah, absolutely. How did we get on Taylor and Travis there for a
don't
second?
know.
What were we talking about? Concerts and
Yeah, I just heard you guys
Yeah.
talking about concerts, which was great.
If you haven't watched Chris Farley to his Hank Williams Jr. impression, I have. It's great. It's fantastic.
I don't know that I've seen that.
Oh, dude.
Oh,
he's
really?
he's in a studio and they're doing the, oh, my rowdy friends are here. And he's like doing that song and he's like holding a bottle of Jack Daniels. He had like the fake beard on.
Okay,
the hat,
I have
the
to watch
glasses.
that.
Oh,
now.
it's fantastic.
I watched one yesterday of Chris Farley where he was on with Conan and he goes into the audience to ask a girl out on a date, and then Adam Sandler comes in and surprises him. And the caption is, watch Chris Farley go speechless. And he did. He did not know what to do when Adam Sandler came barging into that studio unscripted, right? And Farley, I've never seen Farley at a loss for words, but he was when Adam Sandler came in.
Chris Farley, man. Gone too soon.
Way too soon.
Somebody says this from the A16, fantasy football punishment. Insane clown posse concert, horrible music, but an amazing experience. Get to hang out with all the juggalos. Have you ever heard their song, The Dating Show?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. I remember hearing that song and playing it and accidentally knowing that my mom was coming home. And she goes, what in the... I mean, still in her scrubs, purse on the shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
What in the hell are you listening to? I was like, Zach told me to listen to it. Horrible influence. He told me to listen to this song. I don't know what it means.
So that was the fantasy football punishment to
That's
go to
a great
Wow.
punishment.
That's so good.
Hey, if you get dead last, you got to go to Rammstein.
That's dangerous. No, I'm good.
You got to go see K-pop Demon Hunters live. No, thanks.
No.
You'd be knowing the song Soda Pop before you came home.
Yeah.
Anyways, the NFL seems to not listen to what the players or the what the fans want, because they added an extra game. They said, hey, you know what? We'll give you an extra game, but we're going to take away testing marijuana. Sound like a deal?
They've done that. yeah.
Sounds great. Now, an informal discussion about an 18th regular season game in the NFL builds further, and the Players Association is still strongly against the idea. We have heard this before. We have seen the results before. We are headed to an 18th game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, the Players Association right now don't have an appetite for it, but once the financials get distributed and everybody talks about how much money they're going to make and what the players are going to get out of it, well, yeah, then we're interested in that 18th game. And that right there was the beginning of the Players Association saying, we're not going gently into that dear night. We're going to negotiate this 18th game. We will be making money off this 18th game. You will be making money off of this 18th game. We are not giving up testing for weed to have the 18th game. You're going to have to make us pay, and you're going to have to pay for us to play in that 18th game. But I love it. I'm excited about it. I don't like odd numbers. The 17 games is weird. It just is for me. The 16-game thing was perfect. I think 18 gets us closer to being perfect than 16 does. Everybody's on the same playing field, same number of home games, same number of road games. Everybody plays an international game, and we go about our day. And that's why I like it. Plus, it gives you one more week of football and then ties the calendar all together. You start the weekend after Labor Day. You end President's Day weekend with your Super Bowl, and everybody, gets Monday off for President's Day. That's why I like the 18th game. And it's one more game. I'm not going to turn my nose up at that.
Macaroni?
Yeah, I just don't think we were begging for that in week 16, week 17. I think we were kind of actually scrapping for games that meant anything.
That should be our poll question. Like, could we do an emergency poll tomorrow or something like
absolutely.
that to see what fans want? Because I don't know, honest to God, what fans want in this one. I haven't heard enough from fans talking about. And a lot of times when you see what fans have to say, you're on social media, and the majority of that is negative, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would love to see what fans, but you're against it. Tell us why.
Yeah, I just think there is such a thing as too much football, and the quality of the product these past few years. We've talked about it. We've talked about it the last 2 seasons, at least. I know, just being here at this station, we've discussed man, these first few weeks, offense numbers are down. This is really ugly. And then it gets to the end of the season. Man, I'm watching Malik Willis. I'm watching Mac Jones. I'm watching Oladokin. There's no receivers. This guy's out. This guy's hurt. That will only increase with the amount of travel and another game. This is all going to get, I don't know the right word. Run down would be the lesser word that I could use there as far as just this product is going to get watered down. Thank you. This product's going to get watered down very quickly.
Maybe it's already watered down already, guys.
A little bit, I think it is.
We start to talk about how the lack of coaches in this league, but also the lack of quarterbacks in this league. That's why I'm against expansion. This league does not need no sport needs to expand anymore. There's not enough good athletes out there that are NBA, NHL, MLB, and NFL caliber athletes. There just aren't. And the more you expand, the more you water down the talent, the less the talent becomes, the less interesting it becomes. I mean, Denny's been saying this for years about baseball, about expansion. He goes, we don't have enough pitchers to fill rotations now, let alone adding 10 more starting pitchers to Major League Baseball or adding 2 more quarterbacks. Like, legitimately right now, there are a handful of teams that don't know who their quarterback is going to be next year. So you're going to expand and add more of that to the max? I don't think expansion is good for the NFL. And 32 is a good number. It's a nice number of teams.
It is.
And 18 seems to fit a perfect schedule. That's why you're ultimately going to see it, and it's more money for everybody. And so I would love to see what fans say about that. I don't even know what Binkley thinks about the 18th game.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't know that I do. He could be more on Mac's side with this one.
Yeah, he could be. Yeah, I honestly don't know. I would be curious.
Yeah, and I'm interested where the general public is on this.
Because I think Bink isn't just. I think the NFL is making that mistake. Is that not that you were making that mistake, but that assumption of like, oh, more football, they'll love it. Okay, there comes a point though. There is a point where at some point, no, I don't need that.
I think
and even me. I don't need it. I don't need Jags, Browns, and Week 8. I just don't.
Yeah, but I also think what kills football.
Jags were good this year. Sorry, Jacksonville.
But I get what you're saying. It's not a marquee game on any level. Even if the Jags and Browns are good, it's Cleveland and Jacksonville.
And that's a battle of 2 Pro Bowl quarterbers.
Yeah, and it really is. It's a good point. Pro Bowl playing in the convention center last night. You talk about a low rent operation.
That was rough. You texted that, and I wasn't even watching.
I wasn't either. Ben texted me. He goes, put on ESPN. Look where they're playing the Pro Bowl.
And I was like, whoa.
And I'm like, where? And he goes, they're playing it at a convention center. And I put it on. I'm like, they're dodging pillars.
Playing at Bartle Hall?
That's what it was. They were playing it at Bartle Hall. Essentially is where the Pro Bowl was yesterday.
No, I thought you were kidding. I turned it on. First of all, 55. But then I was just like, where are we?
Yeah, they were literally in a convention center, and they were dodging pillars.
I watched Duke versus Boston College, and then I watched Thunderball.
I had Devils versus Blue Jackets on last night.
I didn't watch a minute, a second, a millisecond, a millimeter of Pro Bowl
I just turned it on because Ben said you got to see the venue, so I turned it on and went, oh, God, off. Now, I did watch a little bit of the Westminster Dog Show last night. Did you guys watch that?
Yes.
Yeah, so another Ben Maller, thank you very much for ruining my night, Ben.
That was on for like 4 hours yesterday.
Brother, let me tell you something. I will just read you the text message that I got from our friend Ben Maller.
Because the Doberman pitcher, won Best in Show.
That's right.
Isn't that weird? Catherine O'Hara was in Best in Show, and then Best in Show is currently going on?
Yes. Oh, wow.
The universe.
Awesome. That is the universe. Yeah. I don't look at that and go weird. I go, it seems normal anymore.
Yeah.
So here's Ben's text to me.
By the way, Ben Maller tomorrow at 7:17.
That's right. He's going to the Super Bowl today, so he'll be live from San Francisco tomorrow. You got to turn on FS1. They have sideline reporters for the Westminster Dog Show.
Bucket list.
One of them just asked a dog handler if the dog feeds off the energy of the crowd at Madison Square Garden.
That's a great question.
How does the dog owner know the answer to that question?
By the actions of the dog.
I love it.
I'm like, all right, I got to put this on. And then Winnie thinks the dogs are coming into the house, and so we're sitting there, and she's barking at the TV, and then it's on the hockey. But, I mean, does the dog feed off the crowd here at the Garden? Like, that's something that you ask an athlete who just had a big night, and the crowd was going crazy. Did you feed off the adrenaline of the crowd tonight? Yeah. Dog. Woof.
Yeah. Somebody said Binkley had a spread ready for last night's Pro Bowl game.
There's juice all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just cool. Like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. What are we doing, NFL? Just let your product be.
But that's when they went from 16 to 17. I know it's for more money, and obviously that's the answer. But from a product standpoint, they should have stayed at 16 games. They never should have gone to 17.
It was immaculate.
It was a perfect schedule. It was perfect.
Incredible.
There was nothing wrong with it.
No, the 6 plays the 3, 4 plays the 5, 1 and 2 gets the bye. It was perfect. It was awesome.
And you knew, like, every year, 8-8, 8 home, 8 road. You're not going, well, is this year our 9th home game, or we get 8, and all that kind of stuff. Where we playing our international game, all that. 16 was perfect. But as we know, they just keep wanting to do more. So I'd rather have 18 than 17.
Have you ever just had it, been done with someone?
Get bent.
Because I feel like this is how women talk to me after dating for 3 weeks.
Ask the producer to pipe this into the Clippers locker room so I can talk to you, James. I hope you're taking notes. I'm telling you in advance, you're welcome for the wisdom I'm about to spew. Because, listen, I get on my knees every night and pray for someone to believe in me like Daryl Morey believed in you. You wanted a certain coach, they brought in Mike D'Antoni. You want to play a certain style, they played it. You wanted Dwight Howard, they brought him in and got rid of him when you were tired of him. You wanted Chris Paul, they brought him in and got rid of him when you were tired of him. They brought in your old friend Russell Westbrook. You want to go to Vegas on off days? They looked away. You wanted the team to stay over so you could go out at night? They changed the schedule, and it didn't work. And you know what? You said, I'm going to break up with my whoopee. Not good enough. I see the bright lights in New York. I want to go there. My old pal, Kevin Durant. It's going to work. The big 3. And all after 1 year, you want it out. You realize, oh my gosh, I took this guy for granted, the guy that believed in me. I went back with Daryl Morey. They traded Ben Simmons for you. How did they pull that off? And you know what? You went there and you got a partner who got the MVP. He won the MVP. And what did you say afterwards? You said, they didn't hand me the reins. You're the point guard. You were holding the reins. And what did you do when you had the reins? You scored 9 points in Game 7 against Boston. You blew a 3-2 series lead. So they fired their coach. Not good enough. You broke up with your guy, believed in you again. You said, the bright lights of L.A., that's where I want to go. Let's see if that works. Listen, James, have you ever had those friends who had bad roommates? Over and over, they complained about their bad roommates. This guy's terrible. The bad roommate here. They never thought to be self-aware enough that they're the bad roommate. They're the problem. Hey, James, you're the problem. If this doesn't work this year in this system with this team, then you're going to go and point fingers at everybody else, and you're going to go back home and you're going to start swiping right for another team, and there's not going to be anybody left. Because, James, you're not the beard, you're not the system, you're the problem.
Oh my God, that is just, and that's not even from yesterday. That's from a year ago. And what's crazy is that it still holds up because he just
traded
did it
every
again.
year.
And now there's reports out of Cleveland that say he wasn't happy with the landing of the plane, that he'd like to get out of Cleveland.
Like, I know people on X that are these insiders. They want to get excited about moves like this, and fans want to get excited. This trade did nothing for me yesterday. I looked at that and go, well, it's the trade deadline in the NBA. James Harden is getting traded yet again. And he gets traded because he is the guy that causes all the problems. And teams continue to trade, for James Harden. But I've coined him now. He's just a Pino, a player in name only. James Harden is a name that, like, as a casual NBA fan, I recognize. I'm like, oh, that's a big name. But when you look, he's nothing. He's just a guy anymore. He's just a guy that's a malcontent wherever he goes. And it's like, all right, dude, maybe he'll go play in college now because he hasn't played enough in the NBA and the college is letting anybody play. So go get, like, KU, give James Harden $7 million to come by and shoot a couple of baskets for a few games and then get pissed at Bill and walk out the door. But that's just something that, like, I looked at yesterday. I'm like, this does nothing for me because I feel like Groundhog Day is every year James Harden is getting traded and leaving a team because he has worn out his welcome.
Yep. Yeah, it sucks because he is so talented, but he doesn't have the mental that an athlete needs to win it all. And we talked about JSN and EGE and the Seattle Seahawks sacrificing for each other. Harden doesn't do that. He looks out for himself. And I know the text line. I know NBA diehards are going to come at me. Yeah, he's one of the best passers in the league. He is. He's an assist genius. He knows the game of basketball, and that's what makes it even more frustrating as a Harden defender for a long time, besides these last 3 years where it's become too much. He is so bad when it matters. He's so bad when it counts. He disappears. Yeah, man, he's nothing. It sucks.
Yeah,
he's
or
just
he
going to be a
takes
bunch
too
of
many
stats.
shots.
Empty stats, yeah.
Yeah, he's an empty statter.
Yeah, empty stats.
Westbrook is up there with empty stats, too.
Yeah, because what was the other night? Cooper Flagg had 49 points and only 6 points came from the free throw line.
Yeah, it was huge.
James Harden will have 48 points, and 29 of them will come from the free throw line. Get bent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least he's driving and getting fouled.
You're not the beard.
I did defend
You're
that
not the
in
rings.
the time.
Yeah. I will say that. At least
Who's the
you're
problem?
driving. You know, you're trying to
Making
get fouled.
contact, yep.
Yeah. I saw something yesterday about some basketball team saying we don't foul enough. I think maybe
Oh,
Luka.
interesting. That would make sense. Luka needs more rest.
Well, that would take away from LeBron's resting time.
Yeah, I forget who it was. Maybe it wasn't Luka.
Okay, I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, but they said we don't foul enough. What?
No one ever knows. Coming up, we wrap this show up with card talk. That's right. There's a pretty sweet baseball card coming out with two Kansas City Royals legends. We'll put a twist and a spin on it to wrap this show up here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
This is Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you something. My friends over at State Water Heaters don't want you to be the guy that runs out of hot water because your family used it all, right? That's the last thing that you want. You're up and you're ready to go for work, and the water's cold because everybody got in that shower before you. Or if you're like me at my house, you turn on the hot water, you go do 27 different things, and then you get back, and it's still not warm. So you're wasting all of that water. So you need to upgrade to State Water Heaters. They have just the answer for you. A new high-efficiency Adapt gas tankless water heater with X3 scale prevention technology from State can provide plenty of hot water as well as great energy savings for your entire family. And the Adapt models with X3 provide years of trouble-free hot water without the worry of annual maintenance that's required from other tankless models. And these water heaters may also qualify for rebates from your local utility companies, so don't miss that chance to put some money back into your pocket and some hot water back into your shower. You're never going to run out. Act now and have your plumber visit your local Reeves Weideman store. They can do it in person or at rwco.com, or just check them out at statewaterheaters.com.
Hey, it's Cody and Gold, and you guys know Centric Training is where your IT career starts, and the year has started. Have you?
Maybe you are an occupational support specialist, an operations trainer. Maybe you're just working in sales or outside and you're tired of it. You can have a new career in as little as 4 months to start this new year.
IT jobs are in demand, and Centric's enrolling right now. You can get hands-on training, industry certifications, career placement support over at Centric, and the sooner you start, the sooner you move forward. Visit Centric.com or call today. Centric Training, your IT career starts here.
Well, I'll tell you something. Daisy dips are going to be perfect on your Super Bowl spread this weekend, right? The big game is here, and you want to have the big game spread that everybody's going to be talking about, so make it great with Daisy. Daisy makes great tasting, delicious Daisy French onion dip and that Daisy ranch dip that everybody loves at our house. And Daisy dips start with America's favorite sour cream, Daisy, and they're made with all that ingredients that you find in your own kitchen, real herbs and spices. And the part that I love so much about this, guys, no preservatives, no artificial ingredients, and you can eat Daisy with everything you want. Wings, chips, veggies, it doesn't matter. Just get those delicious Daisy dips, French onion and Daisy ranch dip at a grocery store near you.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla. And I'm Kaylin. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is how it feels like an easygoing morning. The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned. The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud. I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory. It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player in the big game to score the first touchdown, but his teammate scores instead. That sucks. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the big game, and if you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line with BetMGM's second chance. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 and older. Missouri only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please gamble responsibly. We'll get into the baseball card topic, but I want to ask anybody that's listening still, which I hope you all are, have you ever done something that you are terrified that your wife is going to find out? New Heights podcast, I believe, drops fully today. Travis Kelce.
You know how they do best in show for like dogs where they like trot them out? And, like, they do it for like horses too? Oh, shit. Are you all right, Trev?
We're good.
You good?
Taylor's gonna kill me.
God, he's so good. So he leans back in laughter and snapped a $10,000 fashion design chair.
So good.
And his first immediate response is, you know he's married. My wife is going to kill me.
Yeah, Taylor's going to kill me.
Have you ever done that? Like, the wife ain't around, you broke something, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, let's put it together. How do we address this the minute she walks in the door?
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I've ever done anything like that. Like, I've thrown stuff out, that she's gotten mad about, and I've, put stuff in the dishwasher that's not supposed to be there, and it kind of ruined, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But it's stuff we never use. Crap we got for our wedding. Don't
Doesn't
register.
matter.
Don't register for a damn
Cash.
gift.
Cash.
Do not register for a gift.
Mac,
just
I'll tell you right now,
cash.
you're getting $100 to $150 cash to go on your honeymoon and drop it.
Just cash. That's all you got to register for, man. Nobody wants a Wilton Armitel thing that Bob put in the dishwasher that turned a
And if
darker
I do,
shade
I'll
of
just
gray.
buy it with the cash.
And if you need it, then you go and buy it. We've got the sandwich maker, the cake pop maker, the quesadilla, all that crap.
I had it happen this week with me and Hannah where she was about to be home in like 20 minutes. I let the dogs out. I was being lazy, let them out in the back where it's more muddy. They come back inside. I forgot to wipe their feet. I go into the living room. I'm like,
Yeah,
they're on the
right.
couch.
Yeah.
I've got 20 minutes. I've got to remedy this right now before she gets home. Was able to make it
Good.
okay. But yeah.
But you
that
never
definitely
broke
happens.
anything? Yeah. I don't think I've ever broken. I don't even think the kids have broken stuff. We don't have a lot of
Yeah.
like that kind of stuff, like a $10,000
I think,
chair.
Yeah, I don't think that's happened yet. That.
I'm sure Taylor just ordered another one on Wayfair.
Exactly.
I moved in with a girlfriend, and she was really anti-cleaning the shower and bathtub and toilet. So I was like, I don't mind. I'll do that.
Oh, okay.
And she's like, well, do you mind getting one of those like drill bit scrubbers?
Oh, I got one of those.
They're awesome. Yeah. Well, I was using it, and I slipped in the shower when I did it, and the side of the drill went into the like wall.
Oh my God,
So
were you
it put-
okay?
Yeah, I was fine. Put a little hole in the wall. And I was like, I had the same reaction. I was like, she's going to absolutely kill me. Owned her own house, wanted to keep it the best she could.
Accidents
and so I
happen.
took the loofah suction cup and put it over the hole, which wasn't far from it, so it wasn't out of place, and immediately went to my buddy who's an epoxy guy, and I was like, hey, Cole, I put this into this wall. What do I need to buy? And he sends me the link on Amazon to buy it. And then the act of God happened to man up. We're getting ready for bed. She's brushing her teeth, and the loofah thing falls down.
Of course it did.
And she goes, "Oh my God, what is that?" Slept on the couch.
Are you kidding?
I said, I'm gonna fix it. I got all the stuff all ready to fix it. It's on the way.
No wonder you bounced out of that. I mean, that's just a nasty person.
That's not a good reaction.
I'm in here trying to clean the shower. I slipped. I immediately looked at you. Were you okay? And she's like, "You made a hole in my wall."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Up
and
yours.
I was like, I've got the epoxy stuff coming. You're not even gonna notice it. It'll be like a little bit of an off color. And that was not
ridiculous.
Fun. Oh yeah.
So she didn't let you.
No, I could have, but I was like, man, there's too much animosity in this room.
No. I mean, like, did she ever get over this? I mean, or is this something like she
told me to get lost. Maybe you're the bad roommate, James.
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, you slipped, and it wasn't like you were doing it on purpose.
No, I didn't mean to, and I was like, and what's crazy is I should have known the reaction, because as soon as it happened, I was like, oh shoot,
yeah, right.
She's gonna absolutely murder me. But here we are, single and thriving, I think. So yesterday,
yeah, you needed to get rid of her, bro.
Well, she got rid of me.
Yeah, but like if you were still with her
way.
and you told that story, I'd be talking to you after the show. I'm like, let me tell you something here. This isn't going well.
I'd be like, do you need a place to stay? You can stay on a
that's not
couch,
good.
or you can stay on the couch downstairs that gets used on Tuesdays.
Yeah.
I'll be over.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
like,
Dusty's coming over for the week. Dinner's good. We're fine.
Dusty's
Jim.
cook. She'd be happy with that. She'd had no problem. You want to move in the basement and cook all the time? You're in.
Do I pay rent?
That's negotiable. Yeah, my immediate. If
I
you're
buy
gonna,
the groceries and cook. That's my rent.
I would say I'd be good with that.
Those Hy-Vee gift cards you get for.
I would say I'm good with that. Yeah.
Oh, that's a deal. That's
Yeah.
a deal.
That's a hell of a deal, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because somebody asked, Dusty, my son really wants to pull a Darren Peterson rated prospect card. Would that be Bowman U or Prism Draft Picks? Is it released yet? What's your advice for those wanting a DP card? It would be in Bowman U. That's where the Cooper Flags ones were. And then the Prisms one will come out after the draft. So then if you really want to pull one, your son really wants to get excited, you'd want the draft edition, which I believe is Prism. And then you get the auto and all that. I do believe that Topps does these things where like people have these nights that are special, like the Cooper Flag and Knipple. That card that was signed dually with jersey patch, that's 1 of 1. It's out there.
So cool.
There's also a 1 of 1 out there for Royals fans, because this is so annoying when it comes to like trying to get cards in auction on Fanatics Live. People will pay more for the card. And so speaking of Darren Peterson, Topps has announced that an AJ DeBanza and Darren Peterson, they united for a 1 of 1 dual autograph card featuring the game used basketball. And it just says game on the ball because it was on the ball, and their college matchup, and both have signed it.
That's cool.
So you can go to the link. You can spend like however much money you want. You can buy 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, all those, and then possibly pull one. They did with Jack Caglione with his debut in St. Louis. And of course, Goldeneye, being the geeks that we are, we each bought like 10 packs. We didn't pull one of them, but you had the opportunity to pull an individual Caglione debut card, which would have been autoed from that St. Louis Cardinals game. But
so with this thing here, both of them signing, do they get paid for that a pretty big sum of money, or is it like 10 grand or what?
That
what
I
is
don't know
it,
the answer to. But what's interesting in baseball is that they do like a dual auto. Like there's one with Bobby and like Gunnar Henderson. They have to respin the wheel, and if it lands on Baltimore, that guy gets it. If it lands on Kansas City, the Kansas City guy gets it. So just because you hit your Royals doesn't mean that you win the card, because it's a dual 2 different team. Now the one they have out now, which is a 1 of 1 gold card in the new sets coming out in Bowman, is a George Bobby dual auto.
I mean, that thing is...
And it's gold, it's nice, it's sick.
Yeah.
And I asked you guys, if you could have a dual auto of either athletes or shows or whatever it would be, what would be the dual auto card that you'd seek out?
I think a dual auto card for me would be like Lawrence Taylor and Derek Thomas, the 2 greatest pass rushers that I've ever seen.
Like a little patch on there too?
Maybe a little slice of their jersey or something like that. I think that would be kind of cool for me. Yeah, cross team, just
sick.
like the greatest at what they did. The 2 best I've ever seen are DT and LT. And so I just think that would be cool. That's just me, though,
Yeah, that's a great one. I didn't even think, I can get more imaginative with it than just same teams. Yeah, cross team. Yeah, I got to start thinking about that. I went to video games for some reason.
Sure.
I don't know why. It was just Geek City. I just started thinking about Halo, and like Master Chief on a card would be really sick. The Master Chief from Halo 1 and the one he looks like from Halo Reach or Halo 4 or whatever.
It's really not that geeky because there's cards for everything. Like they have like autoed SpongeBob cards. Like
That's
the guy
cool.
that plays the voice of Squidward, like signed it. And
That's
like, all
awesome.
that,
That's
like,
sick.
that's out there.
That makes sense.
And they're
There's
hits.
a market for that.
Right?
Yeah.
Like they have like people that play characters in Disney movies sign like the cards.
Wow.
Like The Rock signed the Moana, whatever character he
Cool.
is, and signed it like, Dwayne, whatever on there.
Yeah.
So you can hit those cards. I would love nothing more than to have like a Terminator 2 dual auto of the T-1000 and Arnold.
No, that'd be fun.
That's cool.
And have like some sort of memorabilia in that card.
Yeah, that would be sick.
Because I'm never selling that card. I don't care how much well, I'm not selling that card.
Yeah.
What if I got one with my Bronco and OJ's Bronco on it?
There we go. Yes.
It just has like
Now
a
you're
blood stain
thinking.
on it. Is it Bob's or OJ's? Or it could be your Bronco or Gold's Bronco.
That's true. I was just saying my Bronco or Alex's Bronco, right?
And then the
Yeah.
signature is just smooth ride.
Yeah.
I love this. What about a Rob Maloney card with the patch of Maloney shirt on it?
Oh, God. So Rob's texting in.
Yeah.
Go back to bed, Rob.
Otani versus Judge dual auto.
That'd be sick.
Otani Judge. That'd be, yeah.
T.O. and Moss. That'd be sick. T.O. and Randy Moss would be pretty cool.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
How about a Randy Moss, Dante Culpepper
Eee, there you go.
for Vikings
Yeah.
fans? Yeah.
Somebody
people.
says, I thought Dusty was going to say a Walter White, Jesse Pinkman duel.
Oh, that would be really good.
With like a little blue
Yeah.
rock in the middle.
Nice.
Yeah, that would be kind of cool.
The autos are there, but the rock's gone. What happened?
Yeah, no, I like that idea too.
It's a
Jesse
great one.
Pinkman, yeah, Walter White one would be awesome. That's
That is
good. Good
badass.
call by you.
Or
Yes.
you get like an HBO one. You get like McNeely and you get Tony Soprano.
Right.
You get The Wire and the Soprano cross.
That
whatever
would
it
be
could
good too. Yeah.
I don't know. It'll be interesting. But yeah, the card world is definitely out there.
Wow.
620 says, I have a Wolverine versus the Hulk card. Looks awesome.
Sick.
Yeah, that
That's
was
cool.
superheroes. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
another one. Yeah.
I remember when I was a kid, they had like one-offs. Like Upper Deck would make like a random superhero card. They never got worth anything.
Jensen and Cags. That could be cool.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That should.
What about a Kelsey Mahomes? I mean, that's so obvious.
Yeah,
but,
right?
like nobody said that.
Yeah.
Trey and Creed.
That's fun.
All right, let me ask you this one. Maybe this is a no. Andy Veach. Yeah,
Maybe for like
TBD. We'll see.
Yeah. Ned and Dayton. Haas
There we
and
go.
Moose.
Yeah.
Nagy be enemy.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah. Nagy and Jackson Dart now. Let's go.
With an unused headset. And on that note,
And on that note, we're done for the day. Yes.
I'll take the day, guys. Hey, don't forget, go do something nice for somebody. You never know. It could change their day, their week, their month, their year. It's simply cool to care. Kansas City, enjoy the weather that is coming. It's going to be nice. Enjoy those walks. Take those doggos, those kitty cats. Take them all out. Take your companion out with you. Have a nice conversation. Shut the day off. Go be yourself. That's all that really matters. And stay kind. Coming up next, it's Cody Golden Drew from 10 to 2 and then Carrington from 2 to 6. We'll talk to you tomorrow on a Thursday here on 96.5 The Fan. Talk to you later.
Talk to you later.